Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, and Dagger Week, we thought it was over, but it can't be stopped. Can't stop, won't stop. Daggerheart continues its mammoth momentum train as it continues charging forward. Actually, tonight we were going to talk Pathfinder 2nd Edition. We're going to talk Northern Reaches, our awesome, amazing community mega game. However, my co-host and one of our GM Council members, Whoople, could not make it tonight, so he let me know in advance. Thank you, Whoople. And so I said, well, you know, last time we streamed, we had a tip goal, which was more Daggerheart, more indie stuff. So we got to get those out sometime. It's just the Daggerheart hype train is still here and is still pulling through the station. I said, let's just keep this going. So welcome, everybody. That being said, there is a tip goal tonight. It's $75, so Derek can end early and sleep. I just got really bad sleep last night, and I'm really tired. So I've got my I've got my Starbucks cold brew with an extra shot, so hopefully we can make it through this together. But I'm really not trying to go 6 hours tonight, folks. Now, I do want to say something. A lot of people have thanked me, but let me thank you, okay? Because roughly, if you're a YouTube content creator, you might create let's call it a 15-minute video once a week. So that is a quarter of an hour content every week. And let's say you do that for 50 weeks out of the year. So that's pretty consistent. A 15-minute video every week for 50 weeks. That's 750 minutes, folks. That's 12 hours over the course of the year. If you're watching this, there's a slim chance, maybe even a better than slim chance, that you have watched over 30 hours of Knights of Last Call content just in the last week. So you know what? As much as people have been thanking me, let me thank you all for being insane and being nerds and being hype machines yourself, because that's a lot of content to digest and consume. Another way to think of it is I put out 3 years of content in a single week. So there's that. Anyways, we are here tonight to keep talking about Daggerheart. Now, we've spent the last week mostly talking about some of the generic rules of the game, but also focusing on the classes. And, talking about the class interactions and how the classes overlap. And I had some, hot takes. Again, haven't played the game. Cannot stress this enough for the 18 trillionth time. And a lot of people also, have been like, Derek, why are you so worried about the druid? And the truth is, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I want to be proved wrong. I want to be like, yep, nope, I was completely wrong. This is awesome. Game has no problems aside from some minor hiccups. The other thing too, which I think is important, is I understand that this game isn't about balance, but it is important to me that every class plays well at the table and doesn't sort of interact poorly with anybody else playing at the table. So, that's the only reason I've sort of focused on a couple of things. Like some of the powers that I had problems with that I talked about, not Druid. I'm talking about like one of the Vengeance abilities. It's not that I thought the power was weak. It's not that I thought the power was bad. I was like, this just feels like it would be really fiddly to track, and I'm trying to play a game where I don't have to track all this fiddly stuff. I would want to rebuild the power, not because it's bad or not because I think it's not cool or not because it's not fun. I'm just trying to be lazy, right? So some of the things that I have criticisms on are 100% coming from a place of, just Derek being Derek, and having my own personal opinions on how I like games to run and the kind of vibes and feeling that I want to have here. So anyways, welcome. I do want to give a shout out. Well, shout out to everybody, but shout out to Jake. So Jake says, after 20-ish hours of Daggerheart content, I've come to the conclusion that it wouldn't be too hard to hack Daggerheart into a very good Supers game. And I completely think it would be a really great Supers game. Another thing that I think would be easy to hack into would be like a Star Wars game, right? Because, I mean, they definitely took from the Genesis system, which, of course, beget the Star Wars Genesis system, the Force system. And, you have this idea of light side and dark side. And so instead of hope and fear, you have light side and dark side. So anytime you have a system where you could have sort of this duality element as part of the concept of your game, I think it could work actually really, really well. But I do want to shout out Jake because Jake just joined the Patreon. So right before the stream. So welcome, Jake, to the Patreon. Thank you so much for your support. It means everything to us. And we're happy to have you as part of our crew. Hey, Jess is here. Yeah, I have been eyeing up Daggerheart as my new, do I want to use this to run Planescape game? Well, it's certainly, high fantasy, kind of trippy, high power level. And I also personally feel like a game like Planescape, especially run by someone like Jess, who knows what she's doing, can benefit from some of the, dare I say, loosey-goosiness of a sort of a more narrative, sort of, again, loosey-goosey type system where you're not as obsessed with everything having a, specific mechanical consequence and having everything having a very specific game element and always having a very specific set of codified rules. When you have a proficient GM who knows the system, but has sort of permission, and not just implicit permission, but explicit permission from the game to sort of run with a fiction forward mindset, the GM moves. I think that could be a very powerful enabler, especially in a fun and robust and, quite frankly, weird setting like Planescape. Additionally, Jess, I also think that Forged in the Dark would work excellent for a gritty sigil focus game. I actually 10,000% believe. I mean, sorry to tangent here, but one of the problems, I love Scum and Villainy. I do. I think it's really cool. Star Wars is really cool. But one of the things I think that people forget about Blades in the Dark that works really well is that the whole idea is it's a pressure cooker. And John Harper talks about this, that you can't leave Duskwall, right? Outside of it, it's post-apocalyptic zombie mutant demon wasteland. And so you're stuck inside. There's no getting away from it. And while theoretically, the sigil is known as the City of Doors, it's also known as the Cage. And so I think without too much reworking, I like the idea that like maybe Sigil is a city that's easy to get into but hard to get out of, or something like that. And you make it like that, you sort of bring up that pressure cooker concept a bit more, and that would be amazing. And to use that with Forged in the Dark as well. Additionally, Jess, like when you did you could, instead of communities that Daggerheart has, where you have Ridgeborn and Loreborn and Highborn, right? You could have different factions as your communities. That'd be kind of cool. And you could have different sort of elements that way. Anyways, pretty cool. Well, as has been told to me, the official D&D pronunciation is sigil, even though the English word is sigil. But so... So officially, the city's name is Sigil, but that is silly. Especially because sigil's a cool word, but yeah, Sigil. Anyways, welcome everybody. What else do we got here? Runeforge says I got to get that bag. Well, these have been very popular streams for us, so welcome everybody new. It's for sure. Dunkford can't join us. That's all right. You'll catch the VOD. It's very, very cool. Forget about Shark Week. Dagger Week continues. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Gonzo. Appreciate it. Oh, Dr. Waits. I get to hang out for my first live Daggerheart stream. My Pathfinder 2 game got canceled, much like the NR stream. Well, sometimes apparently that's just happening all over the place. It's okay. People are now saying like, oh, hey, we need to get when does Dagger Reaches come out, or Dagger Tide or something like that. Well, tonight we are going to be talking a little bit more about the GM side of things. We've been talking mostly about the player stuff. We've been talking a lot about classes. You can see here our so-called class matrix in shape. But today, we're going to be taking a look at adversaries and environments. So this is going to go ahead and look at how basically how the bad guys work, and how do these environmental stat blocks work. And I'm particularly interested in these because I think that one of the things that's missing the most from any sort of tactical game is interesting environments. I think it's very easy to hand wave environments, and I think that even if it, and I'm not necessarily even meaning like a cool battle map. I just mean a quick and easy and dirty way for us to mechanically interact with our environment, and to give the GM a lot of cool ideas and a lot of cool, interesting, I guess, tools that they can use. Dark Pella says, I know that Fabula Ultima exists. It certainly does, and it's very awesome. But I really wish to play with Final Fantasy jobs and scenarios in this game. I mean, you could make a campaign frame and go for it, So, yeah, we'll get to environments, but I think there's a lot of use for environments, and I think it's something that I hope a lot of third-party publishers take advantage of to create some really, really cool on-the-fly things that you can use to make certain environments come to life, Lug says, hey, Derek, how do you feel Daggerheart stacks up to other narrative games like Genesis and PBTA based on what you've read so far? I will say very well. In fact, Hollow Temple is very rare. I don't want to go to the whiteboard just yet, so I will just explain this. I've run a lot of PBTA games, and the role of the game master in a PBTA game, in my opinion, is one of director. And you're not the screenwriter because you're not Quentin Tarantino. You're not doing both. You're not director and writer. The game system is doing a bit of the writing. You're setting up environments. You're setting up scenes. And then how it plays out is kind of, that's what we're here to find out. That's the feral part. But part of my job as a director is to, make cuts, change scenes, create motion, create action, create tension in the scene. And PBTA has a problem where occasionally, if people roll, so in a standard PBTA game, the players roll 2d6 and they add a modifier. If the players roll 6 or less, they quote unquote fail. And I use the term loosely. It's called a miss, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the player failed. What it really means is that the GM gets to make as hard of a move as they would like. So that's basically when the player fails, the GM gets to move. And one of the GM's moves could be, hey, the player succeeds, but it costs them something. Or, hey, player, if you want to succeed, it's going to cost you X or Y. Yes, Thirsty Sword Lesbians had a much better terminology where they called it an upbeat and a downbeat, and then they called the middle a mixed beat, which I much, much preferred. So thank you, Kalana, for that. So there is an instance when in PBTA where, and again, I don't want to get, well, maybe I do want to get into this. Is a GM screen. This is a GM session. So we're talking narrative beats here. And a lot of people said, Derek, we'd love to hear, from your experience from running these games, how do I actually run a Daggerheart game? The idea is there's soft moves and hard moves. Hard moves have an immediate impact on the scene. You're taking damage, you're taking stress, you're under, the room is on fire, right? There is some sort of tangible, dare I say, permanent or certainly immediate consequence that has essentially come to pass. In other words, the bad thing has happened. And this is very important because it's how you, deliver on your promise of harm. A soft move is where you set up the promise for future badness. Okay? If a hard move is the orc or the ogre smashing you with its big club and you grimace as you hear bones break and plates snap under the impact of the club, the soft move is the door shakes and shudders, one of the hinges pops off, dirt and dust and debris rain down from the stonework and frame around it as the massive ogre begins battering his way through. You see, in that situation, I haven't created any sort of permanent harm or done anything direct that the players no longer have recourse for. I'm merely setting them up to a future state where this ogre is going to be theoretically rampaging through their ranks and crushing them. So that's a soft move. In normal PBTA, when the players roll a 7, 8, or 9, and I should point out that the way that the math of the game works, because you're rolling 2d6, which has an average of 7, but you also frequently are going to have a modifier of a +1 or maybe a +2, which means you're reaching a 7, 8, or 9 on maybe a roll of a 6 of the 2d6 or a 5 of the 2d6, which means the game is really set up for the players to roll a lot of 7, 8s, and 9s. And on a 7, 8, or 9 in PBTA, the players succeed and the GM gets to make a soft move, which can occasionally lead to a couple of situations. One, in PBTA, sometimes the players will roll a lot of 10 pluses in a row. Now, 10 pluses are unequivocal success. You succeed, great, cool. But when that happens, when the players are just rolling with successes, the GM is essentially, to a certain extent, priced out of the game. Now, as a GM, one of the rules that a lot of people forget is that whenever the players look to you to see what happens, the GM gets to make a move. But the idea there is that's just you like describing the situation or how the situation has changed due to the player's success. That is not an invitation for you to make a hard move. In fact, it's one of the softest moves you can do. And so you can get into a situation with PBTA when the players are maybe rolling shit hot, where you might go 3 or 4 moves in a row, and the GM is unable to break that cycle of the players winning and their steam rolling and their face rolling, and the GM doesn't get any counterplay to sort of put their vision, their artistic element, their GM touch, their agenda into the scene. So the first thing that Daggerheart does, which I think is really cool and awesome, is using fear as an interrupt. A fear spend, even after a player succeeds with hope, the GM can spend fear and seize control of the scene. It allows the director the storytelling ability to spend this meta currency and affect the scene. Now remember, part of the thing that we have to divorce when we go to a game like this is the GM is no longer God. The GM is no longer this unassailable master of ceremonies behind the curtain, and my word is law, and you all are but peasants in my puppeteering master. You are a player at the table like everybody else. And this is why there's more of an equivalency in PBTA style games. And that's why I think fudging is shit, because I think that to me is the highest form of I know better than you. I'm more important than you. I'm superior to you. I know what's best for you. And so as a result of that, I really respect the flow and the pattern and portion of this game, which is to say the players understand going into this, hey, if the GM has a lot of fear in the pool, the GM is going to have a lot more narrative control over what happens, because they're going to be able to use that fear to interrupt, even if we're rolling shit hot. Because, as I've said before, this is very true like Blades in the Dark. One of the things that can lead to the most uninteresting games is when the players succeed all the time, because that makes the game very boring. And as a result of that, if the players, when you look at most movies, right, the players the protagonists are getting setback after setback after setback after setback. Just when they think they're winning, something else happens. And then when they go to deal with that other thing, oh my God, another bad thing happens. Very rarely ever in stories do you see the protagonist just kind of like winning, and then it comes to the end and then they win. But that's kind of the way that a lot of D&D games or Pathfinder games work out, because if the players lose, that usually means it's like a TPK. And if they have a setback, I guess that means that the game is over. So the only thing that we could do is kind of let them succeed forward. And a lot of GMs understand that. Even if they don't know it, they feel it. And that's why they fudge, because they get to a point where they go, shit, the players can't fail here, but this game offers me no alternative. They have to proceed. They have to win. So I guess I have to make them succeed, but they just rolled terribly, or this monster just critically hit them and they're dead, or whatever the case may be. Or my boss monster's dead, but that wasn't even remotely interesting or full of tension like I wanted that scene to be. And so they fudge and they say, oh, the monster, he's got some more extra hit points. Now, I hate that personally, but I understand where it's coming from. It's coming from a desire to tell these creative stories and to have more of a directorial role. And that is what a game like this allows you to do. Dunkford, before they dip out, getting in before I head off, I'm really interested in your take on the diversity/inconsistency of adversary mechanics and stats, and how easy you think it would be to make new ones. Well, I think it'd be extremely easy to make new ones, Dunkford. The other thing is, too, as we get into the inconsistency and the diversity of the stats, I also think that this matters less than it ever has because even if a creature hits all the time and does a shitload of damage, the most it's going to be able to do is 3, and a player can use an armor slot and reduce it to 2. And even if it does like 1 trillion damage, it's only going to do 3. And also, even if the party completely TPKs and wipes, they can all just decide to, live again and not die. And it can kind of be like one of those, like, oh, it was one of those fights we were supposed to lose. So I guess to a certain extent, like, while I think that there's some, rough guidelines, which I think are good, for the most part, I think it's probably completely fine and makes it really interesting. And more importantly, it may create a situation where monsters have to be dealt with, or foes or villains have to be dealt with in a very different way each time. So thank you for that, by the way. And if worst case scenario, if the monster's too hard, there's always just Druid in a beast shape. Everybody go to level 5, multi-class Druid, your problems are over. So first thing that this does better than most PBTA games is the GM can use fear as an interrupt to prevent the players from just steamrolling. Now, I should point out that in this game, that's a slightly separate thing, is that in PBTA games, the player's success is tied to the value of their roll. So in Daggerheart, the player's success is tied to the value of the roll. But the type of success, whether it is with or without complication, which we would call fear in Daggerheart, is not tied to the total numerical value of the roll. Rather, it is tied to the hope versus the fear die, which is an independent axis from the total value that you rolled. And I think that is also very, very important, because what it means is that we know that there are 5 outcomes, right? There's critical hit, there's success with hope, there's success with fear, there's failure with hope, and there's failure with fear. And what this means is that on failure with hope, failure with fear, and success with fear, 3 of those outcomes, not including, and one of those is critical hits, so in theory that happens less often, the GM essentially is going to get, they're going to get the ball. And that means that the way that Daggerheart is set up is it's designed to have a lot more spotlight back and forth. GM, player, GM, player, GM, player. Because there are a lot of ways that the GM will get the spotlight. The GM can get the spotlight by the player succeeding, but rolling with fear. The GM can get the spotlight when the player fails. Or the GM can get the spotlight when they spend a fear that they had previously cached or, had built up. So this means that there's going to be a lot more back and forth and sort of avoid that, problem where the players can just go. Second thing, the structure of PBTA is traditionally built around 3 outcomes, which is yes, which is a 10 or higher, which means you get what you set out to get. You get it. Yes. Success with a complication, which is yes, but. Yes, you get the thing that you wanted, but there's this consequence. Or you get hard move, no and. Daggerheart gives us 4 outcomes of success. Technically, it gives us 5 outcomes of success. It gives us critical hit, which is, yes, you succeeded, and it's awesome, and you get this extra bonus. We get success with hope, which is like, hey, you succeeded, and it was really good. We get success with fear, which is, yes, you succeeded, but this slightly bad thing is happening. But what we also gain is 2 different types of no. We get no, but, and we get no, and. So a failure with fear is our no, and. Like, no, you didn't succeed, and it just got worse. But we also get no, but, which is not really something that you could get there through some interpretations of GM moves, but it's not something that we traditionally get in a PBTA game. If a player rolls failure with hope, number 1, it's a failure. So they did not achieve their outcome. But 2 things happen. 1, the player gains a hope point. Cool. That's a resource, and I want it. But the second thing is there's a difference from a GM narrative fiction first perspective of failing with hope versus failing with fear. And it's not just whether the GM gets a fear point or the player gets a hope point. It's in the description and the nature of that fear or of that situation. So, it's in the situation and the fiction of whether that is a new opportunity for the player or not. So when a failure occurs, the player didn't set out to what they, wanted to achieve. But if you succeed or if you fail with hope, the idea is the GM is going to, or at least should be, giving you a new opportunity, or maybe you didn't succeed, but some things kind of go your way and you could start to sort of see a new opportunity or a new type of thing. So yeah, I mean, again, I'm going to play this game very fast and loose, and that's cool because it's PBTA thing. You might miss and you might fail with hope, but I might say, because let's say their evasion was like 13 and you rolled a 12. I say, you slam your attack down and the person brings their shield up at the last minute. But the creature's shield shatters under your massive rage-filled blow. You don't deal any damage, but you feel buoyed by your success as fear grips the eyes of the enemy as their, thick oaken shield splinters under your powerful attack. Now, here's the cool thing about it. In this situation, the players just failed. They did not succeed. They just gained hope. But even though they missed, they kind of feel like a badass. And I gave them this new opportunity. And the most important thing that I've done is I've changed the fiction. The most important thing that you can do as a GM is make sure that any dice roll, whether they succeed or fail, updates the state of the game. Something should change. People should fall back. New monsters should swarm in. Weapons should be lost. People should be knocked down. Anything that you want to do. And the thing is, yes, and because it's a failure, it then moves into a GM move. And I'll be honest with you, because it was failure with a hope, I may make a softer-ish GM move. It all depends on what I, as the director, am feeling and what I think should flow from this point. The player might have a lot of momentum. Maybe this PC hasn't done a lot yet. And I really want to keep spotlighting how cool that the player is. So I might make GM moves that are just really designed to set the player up. Like maybe I'll describe that as the shield shatters, this sergeant or lieutenant, fear in his eyes, cries out, guards, defend me, quickly, take on this interloper. And I describe how like a bunch of minions swoop in on a group move. And maybe I make an attack against the player, right? That's totally reasonable. But then I push the spotlight right back to that player. And now the player's like, oh, gee, do I have whirlwind attack? I sure do. And the GM just surrounded me with minions. Fuck yeah, let's go. Muso attack. You slash through the sergeant. He falls back with a grievous wound. Meanwhile, you wipe out 6 guards in a single attack. And now that player just had a really cool moment. Now we can pass the spotlight to somebody else. Now it's time for another player to really look cool and to do their cool thing, right? So I think that's where it's really, really important to understand that. That's correct. Any failure prompts the GM spotlight, and any roll with fear prompts the GM spotlight. So, correct. Failure with fear gives the GM the spotlight. Failure with hope gives the GM spotlight. Success with fear gives the GM the spotlight. So, the cool things that this game does that are different from PBTA is it lets you use fear to interrupt, which is cool. The second thing that it does, which is really cool, is it gives us more gradations of we have 2 success conditions and we have 2 failure conditions, which is really cool. Technically, we also have a 5th success condition in critical hits. 3, it separates what we would call good and bad, fear and hope, from the value of the die roll and more to this independent axis, because you could roll really high and still roll with fear. So that's what's really cool. In PBTA, if you roll really high, then you're not, there's no soft move. There's no hard move, Yes, there's only one real outcome that should feel bad for the players, and that is failure with fear. And that's okay. That's okay. It's good to have one that it's sometimes, that's my permission to be like, hey, part of the way that you make the players feel cool is by making sure that the villains look cool, or that the environments that they're in look cool. You can't always have them look like they're, little bitches. So I think it's important to even on a failure with fear, Rather than highlight the player's incompetency, I think that's a great opportunity for you to highlight the villains or the monsters or the creatures or the environment or the challenges, their superiority, their skill. Maybe even point out that, a lesser person would have already been dead, but the player is put back on the defensive as this expert this dark knight begins assailing you with blade and dirk. It's all you can do to keep your shield and sword up, right? To keep them, from landing a killing blow. Instead, you're only left with a slash across your arm. A lesser person would have been killed. So we've just did major harm to our PC, but somehow also, made them feel like they're cool. So we could do both, right? When you change the fiction, so one of the things that's important here for me is if I change the fiction, if I need to, I should change the underlying mechanics, because changing the fiction means that in a fiction first game, everything derives from this. Now, monsters don't have armor slots. So what would I do? Well, I could do a couple of things. One thing I could do is reduce their damage thresholds. Another thing I could do is reduce their difficulty and make it easier to land hits on them. Or like I said, I could reduce their damage thresholds and make it easier to land major or severe blows on them. But I think I should absolutely do that. And more important than that, I should let the PCs know about them. Tell them what's happening in the fiction. Make it look cool. But then also tell them as players what happened mechanically, so they get that crunchy vibe too, and they can feel good about that. Again, there's no XP system in this game. It doesn't matter whether the players kill all the monsters or not. Like, they can't even die unless they want to. So there's a lot of our precepts about what makes a balanced game or not kind of get thrown out the window here. Okay. So I know this is a long tangent, and I apologize, but this is our GM thing. The third thing that this game does, and to be fair, there are other games that do this. Games that they referenced, okay, like they referenced the Dishonored game, which is a 2d20 game from Odysseus, and the 2d20 system has this pool of threat and momentum, same kind of concept. But the fiction matters, and as GMs, we should not be in a position to just cheat, right? Oh, Sunhawk, you're a madman.
Sunhawk tipped $50, $20 of this to the SC goal, please. Also, I think heard the word druid more in the last week than I have in 24 years of gaming, lol.
Well, Sunhawk, I really do want to call out Sunhawk here. They have been, obviously, they're an incredible patron and have been a big part of our conversations about Daggerheart. But they continue to just light up our tip boards, keeping them as the hype boss. And I will just say I'm extremely, extremely thankful for that. And thank you so much for that. That is very, 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 very kind and generous of you. And it means a lot to me, especially more now than ever, as I've said many, many times. Sunhawk even bought me a dinner when I was in Boston. So thank you so much. So thank you so much, Sunhawk. So yeah, I put that over there for that. So hopefully that should update there. Also, you think you've heard the word druid more. Well, if it seems like I'm focusing a lot on druid, it's because it's literally like the one thing that I just have a problem with. I would focus on other things, but for the most part, like, my issue with Splendor is a me issue, right? I don't really think there's anything wrong with Splendor. I think it's a little underwhelming, sure, but for the most part, I think it's kind of fine. It's not as exciting, maybe. It's not as cool. But a lot of the things like, it should be a ritual system. That's a Derek thing. That's not like a actual balance thing. Some of the things that I would tweak or fix, that's a Derek thing. I do think the druid is problematic. So, you were just being funny. But I was going to say, Sunhawk, I mean, 3rd edition, Codzilla meant cleric or druidzilla. I mean, druid was talked a lot in 3rd edition. So I don't know how maybe 5e druid isn't quite the thing. I wanted to finish. People keep being super generous and interrupting me like rude people. No, I'm just kidding. The third thing I want to say about why I like this system is because as a GM, I don't want to cheat. But as a director, sometimes I need to make stuff sizzle. Sometimes I need to make stuff pop. And this is where a game like 2d20's threat mechanism or Fabula Ultima points gives me essentially carte blanche to sort of bribe my players with GM bullshit by using fear. And I know this might sound a little crazy to people because you're used to the GM just being like, well, can't the GM just make whatever they want to have happen? They could. But if I'm doing that, I am doing that through the lens of a place of superiority, and I'm doing that through the place of a lens of I'm no longer an equal partner, or at least on the same level of collaborator as a part and parcel of this game. So what does this mean? So remember we were talking about the fight that maybe wasn't dramatic enough, and I gave this example earlier today on my Patreon. Okay, the players go into the Tower of Frozen Shadow, and they fight their way through the ice and undead guardians up through the tower till they reach the top where they fight, the Lich Necromancer, to prevent him from unlocking, the powers of the Ebon Grimoire. And, they're fighting him, and maybe they defeat him perhaps easier than I would have liked. Now, I'm not going to cheat. I'm not going to fudge and stuff like that. But we build up a bank of fear, but he's dead. But I'm feeling like this session or this situation hasn't resolved well enough yet. What I want to do here is, as the guy goes down to 0 hit points, the Lich Necromancer, I say, as the Lich collapses to the ground, his form begins to disintegrate and fade out like he just got snapped by Thanos. But before he does, a hollow echoing of laughter cackles forth from his disintegrating form. You think you've killed me? I can never die, but you will die here. And then his bony arm, crackling with purple and black energy, slams into the ground right before he disintegrates into dust. The purple black energy strikes through the floor. It reverberates throughout the entire tower. And then you watch me, Derek, as I take three fear. Okay, not like 1 fear, 2 fear. I take 3 fear from the fear pool and I take it out. Right. I want like a pool in front of the players where they can see it. And they're like, oh, there's like 4 fear in the fear pool. And Derek takes 3 and I spend it, but I don't even have to say I'm spending 3 fear. And I say, with a great groan and shudder, the massive structure made of ebony, obsidian, and ice begins to crack and rip apart. Massive rents appear in the floor and ceiling. Pillars begin to splinter and crackle. The tower is collapsing. What do you do? And so what I just did is I cheated, but I paid for it, right? So it's like I'm ordering off the menu, but I'm still paying for it. And that's okay because we have this understanding, right, between the two of us, me and the players, that is, I should say, that I'm ordering off the menu and I'm following my agenda. I'm following my principles as a game master. But I'm not just doing it carte blanche, and I'm not just doing it to fuck them. I'm paying for it. I'm paying for it with fear. Now, you could set this up and set the tone of what you want. What is 1 fear? What is 2 fear? What does 3 fear get you? I don't know. You got to figure that out with your group, and some of it's just going to be by vibes. I'm going to be honest with you. Some of it's just going to be by vibes. But I should also point out that the reverse is true. I promise you, because I've played enough superhero games and fate games and stuff like that with my players, I'm looking forward to the day when one of my players goes, GM, I have this completely bullshit idea, and here's like 4 hope, And I'm like, I have been sufficiently bribed, right? It's like a way of bribing the player, of bribing the other side and making it feel like, yes, I'm taking a certain amount of liberty with the narrative here, but I'm doing it from a place of hopefully, good intention. But I'm not just doing it because. I'm not just doing it for free. I'm not just doing it to break the game. I'm not just doing it because I want to. I'm doing it because I think it'll make the game better, and I'm spending some of this meta currency so that I can't just do it whenever I want. And I think that is a really powerful and enabling tool as a GM for me, but also I think it adds a certain amount of legitimacy and buy-in for my players who understand that I can't just do this whenever I want. They rolled a bunch of fear dice. They got a bunch of fear, and now I'm spending it to do something bad. And they get that that's what fear means, and that's what the game is about. So That I think is a really cool situation. Now you might say, okay, Derek, imagine a situation where there wasn't a lot of fear in the pool and the players go in against your Lich Necromancer, your Ice Lich Necromancer, and they roll really well. And maybe you spend some of your fear to try to make the Lich get some extra hits in there. Presumably he does some damage, one would hope. But the players roll a lot with success with hope, and you use your fear to get moves in. And then the Lich Necromancer goes down and your fear pool is empty. Wouldn't you still just make the tower collapse? Absolutely not. That's the distinction, is that I have to pay for my bullshit. Just because I'm the GM doesn't mean that that's the case. Now, Arcane Architect says, also hate this, should have designed the encounter to be cooler originally. Well, Arcane Architect, in a perfect world, maybe we do, but also keep in mind that this might be a no prep game. This encounter may literally not have been designed at all. So how can I design an encounter that doesn't exist? You can't. So it puts you into kind of a tough bind, basically. Additionally, I think it would be totally fine for the GM to have designed an environment, say the Obsidian Tower environment, and then as expected, when the boss dies, the tower begins to collapse, and that would be totally fine too. But if I didn't do that, or something else happens, or something else breaks down, this gives me the ability, the permission, if you will, to do something unexpected and to roll with the punches. My goal is not to create a simulation of a completely believable universe. This is not a simulationist heavy game. In a simulationist game, I would never do this, ever. I would just call that cheating. But that's not what this is. The whole intent of this game is to create tension, drama-filled, exciting sessions. I've used this as an example. At the end of our Forbidden Lands campaign, Forbidden Lands is right there, okay? At the end of our Forbidden Lands campaign, a force of Rust brothers, think evil Rust armor-wearing necromancer evil dudes, showed up at the PC's fortress to destroy them, to root them out of hearth and home. Of course, when the enemy set out with their small warband to destroy the PC's stronghold, it was just a collection of huts and barn buildings. The PCs spent several months, several sessions, are organizing labor, harvesting lumber, building a palisade wall, digging a moat, constructing a guard tower with archers on it, taming a griffin and bringing them into the thing. Long story short, the party, when this evil warband of Rust brothers showed up at the fortress, they were so outmatched. The epic final fight of the campaign was a one-sided slaughter of the bad guys. It was over in 2 mass combat rounds. Not a single PC was hurt at all, and the bad guys were wiped out to a man. It was, from a drama standpoint, highly unsatisfying. However, that game, Forbidden Lands, is a very simulationist heavy game. And the whole point of that type of game is, hey, the players had a sick defensive position that the bad guys weren't ready for. And hey, that's the way that the math works out, and they just get destroyed and they get rocked. And they're all dead, and you guys win. And no player was sitting around going, man, that was really lame. I was hoping for a nail biter. They're all like high-fiving each other, like, yeah, look at that. We kicked that thing's ass. That's what we also sometimes call combat as war. But in this case, it was like campaign as war. And in those environments, it's not about drama or tension. It's about what is the realistic outcome here. There's no like narrative catch-up mechanic. It's, hey, these guys suck. You guys are awesome. They're all dead. You don't get scratched. And moving on. So, and vice versa, right? If the PCs are highly outmatched, they're all going to get killed. you want the flip side of this. The very first fight that the party had in the campaign, I think 75% of the PCs basically died. The ones that didn't die ran away and later got eaten by a bear. Not like a werebear, just like a bear, So, to be fair, Bob thought he could, hand-to-hand combat with a bear. It just did not work out well for him, but... So, I find stuff like that in a game like this enabling and not limiting. So there's a lot of check here, or a lot of conversation here, a lot of chat here. I apologize, but when I'm ranting, I miss it. So, now Self-Confessed Cynic says, GM limiting meta currencies make me vomit outside of rarely cool systems. Right. This implies that you think that in a normal game, the GM should be free to do whatever they want, whenever they want, anytime they want. Because that implies that having to spend fear for that makes it limiting, which means that you would just rather just do it whatever you want, whenever you wanted to do it. So, Arcane Architect says, heresy, but I'm a prep addict. And you know what? I'm glad that you're willing to admit that. There's nothing wrong with loving good prep. I think it definitely is the right way to play certain styles of game. I've said many times that I think dungeon games should be prep heavy because the whole point of a dungeon game is I want my players to be able to be smart and to beat the dungeon and not have it be dramatic or tension filled because they had a good idea and it just works. That's a very different type of game. It's a very different type of story. It's a very different type of system. It's a very different type of session. So I agree with that. I'm interested in hearing how easy you think adversaries would be to come up with on the spot for no prep. They seem very easy. Well, not to jump ahead, but they have here on page 208 the improvising adversaries thing, and just eyeball this and go from there. I mean, as long as you're somewhere near any of this, it's probably going to work out fine, especially since the game isn't about down to the micrometer of balance. You can kind of just, go with this and go with the flow and I don't know, maybe spend some fear on some things and spend some stress on some things. And this one block is basically everything that you need to functionally make most foes. In fact, it even says, when you're mid-session and you realize you need a new adversary, don't sweat it. You can quickly adjust a stat block to a different tier by replacing its statistics with those listed, or you can just this is a good way to bump up or down between tiers. You can add or defeat a feature, create a horde, a minion, or a solo, and there you go. Just real easy. So Lysander says, the problem I see is the same as 2D20 says, and isn't fear supposed to be used regularly and not saved up for that big notable spend? The fear-hope trade-off seems broken if you save it off. Lysander, not exactly. I'm looking. Is it here? Here we go. They give us a table in the GM section. I guess this really is a GM screen, about what kind of scene and how much fear should you roughly spend. So if it's a minor scene, you probably don't want to spend more than a couple fear. So if the players, end up generating, let's say 5 fear in this minor scene, and you only spend 2, well, now you've got 3 in the bank. And when you go to the next scene, maybe it's a standard scene, like a real battle, a substantial battle. You're going in with 3 in the bank. It's a longer thing. There's more dice rolled. Maybe the players even roll a bit more fear. You end up generating 5 fear. You're now at 8 fear. But this still suggests that you should probably only spend 2 to 4. So maybe you only spend 3. So now you have 5 fear in the pool. And then the next scene is maybe like a big scene, a major scene, a big battle. And you end up spending the 5 fear that you generated plus the 2 or 3 or 4 fear that gets generated in that scene. So you end up spending a total over the course of that entire fight of 9 fear, which is, maybe a little bit above where you should have spent, but it's still in the ballpark. So this is telling you how fear can be used to help pace things out as well. Because one of the things that you can do as a GM to control the feel of a scene is how often do you use fear moves to interrupt. And if you don't use fear moves often to interrupt, then the players are going to get to keep taking actions and actions and actions and actions, and they're going to look like, Legolas in a, Lord of the Rings movie where they're just like going from badass to badass to badass to badass to badass moment, which might be what you want for, a minor skirmish, or that's really just designed to sort of like, foreshadow the growing threat of the undead. Or maybe it's just like a normal battle, but you're not really looking to like make a sizable impact and make the players shit their pants. You just want them to have to, actually pay attention and wake up a little bit. Fine, but just don't spend all your fear. Hawking, I think it's important to set a standard with your players. I think that would be how I would say it, I agree. Like, if I bring down ultimate death and destruction by, spending 5 fear out of the pool, then the next time I do that, I shouldn't be like, there's 1 fear in there. Yeah, the world ending ritual gets started, Having the repertoire to pull on in the moment at the end of the boss fight to think of the tower collapse is not a newbie skill. So, Optimancer Max, I agree with you. And one of the things I think I said in the very first Daggerheart stream at the end is I said, I will admit that I don't think this is a very beginner-friendly game. For me, most of the stuff in this game I've seen before. I've seen it in 4th edition. I've seen it in PBTA. And I've been running games like this for, going on 20 years. But to a new person who is not used to this type of play, yeah, that is challenging. But Optimancer Max, as Burning Wheel teaches us, and Torchbearer, the only way that we can make our skills go up is not just by passing our checks and tests, but by failing them as well. Wuppelstein, is there a bestiary available? No dedicated bestiary yet. However, there is a sizable, I won't say sizable, I will say a serviceable breakdown of Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and Tier 4 stat blocks in the book. And this is in the book and the SRD. And I think I should point this out again, which is that the SRD actually contains the full and complete game. It contains all of the cards. It contains the adversaries, all the Tier 1 adversaries. So this is in the SRD. So in the SRD, we get the Acid Burrower, the Bear, the Cave Ogre, the Construct, the Courtier, the Dire Wolf, the Archer Guard, the Jagged Knife Bandit, blah, 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 blah. And Tier 2, blah, 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 blah. So these are all the monsters that come not just in the game, but in the free game. So you have to pay nothing for this game. Now, you won't get the art. You won't get some of the advice sections. But the SRD is pretty dang complete. Now, I will admit there's not much going on here at Tier 4, and I think this is genius. And I've said this before. The first bestiary that comes out should not have an even distribution of levels for the monsters. It could basically, I think the first monster manual should contain I think it should contain 80% of like Tier 1 monsters. Number one, they're easier to build. And the game's new. Even the people who built the game don't fully understand it yet. Wait until you've got 6 months or 12 months experience with the game and millions of hours of playtesters before you start trying to crack that higher level monster. Plus, nobody needs a Tier 4 monster, right? Not for a while. So I kind of like that we get a lot of Tier 1s here. We get a good chunk of Tier 2s, a good handful of Tier 3s, and then we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We get 15 Tier 4s, and they're mostly all super solo boss monsters. So I think that's cool. I think that's good. And, I think that's where we want to go with this. But again, it's free. It's in the game. So, people are like, it's a cash grab. It's it's free. What? It's totally free. And they have an SRD and they have a license that lets you, basically use the game however you want minus, a couple of copyrighted things. So that's okay. So anyways, I think the design for this is really good. And the fact that they include this, yeah, it's really good. And by the way, right here at the top, here's those adversary stat block benchmarks. And you could do a lot worse than ad hocking a monster by just saying, yeah, this is what it has. And if you need to, just, spend a fear and, drop it in there. So I think that's really, really cool. Big fan of all of that. So I don't remember what exactly we were saying. Trying to chat is coming in here. Yeah, so the SRD is amazing. Can the GM create fear narratively like the PCs waste time? Platinus, we don't even have to make fun. Well, okay, let me actually clarify that two ways. One, no, we don't have to make that up. The GM does gain fear whenever the PCs rest, or whenever the PCs take a long rest, they actually gain more fear. So this is an amazing and incredible pacing mechanic. Also, when the GMs or the players take a long rest, the GM gets to tick a countdown. It's going to be a long time. If I call them clocks, I apologize, but it's been, it's a very hard word for me not to use. But you can tick a countdown clock when the players take a long rest, which is another great way to sort of push the tension and, pushing, onto that. But I would absolutely create moments in the scenario where I say, hey, because of what happened in this moment, I'm going to take some fear. If this feels like a moment where the bad guys are winning, where the advantage is pushing to the bad guys, I think a great way to you explain that in the narrative, you explain that in the fiction, but a great way to mechanically back that up is to take some fear and put it into your fear pool. By the way, I think a great way to showcase that in the opposite way is to say, this is a heartfelt moment. Everybody gain a hope. So you can highlight these moments, and I think that's really, really cool. Hey, Spencer, what's going on? Popping into Pass Bomb, my appreciation for making these informative breakdowns. Been a fan for a long time, and it's really cool to see what you like and what you don't like. Well, Spencer, thank you for thank you for the game. Yeah, we've been really, really enjoying it. So for sure. I'm still not. I would say it's still not 100% through it, but we're definitely taking a close look. So I hope my criticisms haven't been too harsh. I will admit, most people get a much harsher criticism than you guys have gotten. So I really appreciate that. So thanks, Spencer. When I'm done looking through the game, Spencer, and I have my final assessment, maybe we can have you on. We can talk Daggerheart. That'd be pretty cool. Obviously, Spencer is a fan of most of the games I'm a fan of because it's if you look at the inspiration list, it's a pretty long one. So. Fantastic stuff. There you go. Look at that. Arcane Architect. I am really looking forward to that card maker app. Again, everybody who said they're just trying to cash grab it and you have to buy the stuff. It's nope, here's a fully functioning make your own card with our trade dress and it'll look cool, not just some shitty, because I was thinking it'd be cool to maybe make something for third party. I was yeah, but how shitty are my domain cards going to look compared to the awesome domain cards of the game? And it's here's the full trade dress and a really cool interactive, beautiful app to make stuff, Will it be suitable for long-term campaigns? I would say yes and no. I mean, this is a 10-level game, and that to a certain extent does limit the longevity of a game because how long do your players want to go between levels, right, and gaining things? If somebody says, yeah, we're fine leveling up every 5 or 6 sessions, well, then you could potentially have a 60-session campaign, which is a long time. On the other hand, I feel most people feel like somewhere between 2 to 4, around 3 sessions per level is pretty normal. And so in that case, you're looking at a 30-session campaign. So I think that anything north of 30, I would say 40, would be what I would consider to be a long campaign. That being said, one of the things that you have to really appreciate is that there's a lot of games out there. When you level up, you basically gain nothing. You leveled up, but what did you really gain? I don't know, 5 more hit points? That's it. In this game, when you level up, you get a new card. You get to retrain an old card. You get 2 advancement boxes. You might go up a tier. You gain advancements to your damage thresholds. You gain advancements to your proficiency. You gain new experiences on your tier ups. So there is no like dead level here. So they kind of basically just eliminated some of the chaff and shuck it down to 10. Now, Optimancer Mask, given that the game is based off of a D12, I would not have said no to a 12-level game myself. Maybe we just need to make a tier 5, which is just levels 11 and 12, and you know, just so the game can go to 12. But yeah. Well, correct. Yeah. You know, I mean, in today's environment, I find it much more likely that my group would be able to get through a 10-level campaign at, say, 30 sessions than a 60 or 70 session 20-level, you know, D&D or Pathfinder 2, you know, campaign for sure. So let's get into this. Let's take a look at the monsters and the monster rules. So, and basically why I think this is fantastic. 70 sessions to get to level 20, rookie numbers. People are laughing. Listen, I get it. I played I had a Pathfinder 1 campaign that I think went to like 110, 120 sessions or something. Our 4E campaign. Now, to be fair, 4E does go to 30th level. So our 4E campaign, yeah, it was over 100 sessions. Ooh, 141 sessions. Brutal. It is a game that never ends. Also, by the way, like, I know we've had, like, you know, Luke Crane on the show, and we had, like, you know, Tor Olvesrud, and we also had, you know, Tomas from Free League on the channel. But can I just say, it's very uncomfortable for me when, like, you know, I'm used to just it being a sort of little small niche of the internet universe. So, like, when people actually notice us and, like, are like, oh, hey, you have a cool show, I'm always like, no, leave us alone. Let me crawl back into my dark corner of the internet. Deal with it, Derek. No, I refuse to. Channel delete. I would delete the channel, but now I kind of need it to live. So, 10+ hour sessions. Hats off to you, sir. Eberron is great. 4E is great for Eberron. So I agree with both sides of that statement, Lugs. Spencer, well, thank you very much, and I will definitely hit you up on that once I feel like I've fully got my head wrapped around that. But I agree that critique is an important part of making art, so I completely agree with you there as well. Again, sometimes it's not even saying that it was done badly. It's just that I would have done it differently. But again, thank you for making the game, and I look forward to seeing what you guys come up with next. And I'll be at Origins and Gen Con, so hopefully maybe we get to see each other, or maybe I can stop by and talk there if you're going to Gen Con. Right, except Druid. I'll be like, all right, I've got Spencer Stark here. He's live on the stream. I've got my phone. We're live. I've got my lav mics. Defend the Druid, please. You have 5 minutes. Go. Oh, no. I have no, like, oh, it's a person and I'm so... It's more of just like... I don't know how to describe it. No, I don't get starstruck. Have I ever been starstruck by anybody? Or, like, embarrassed? No. I mean, no. I remember I met President Obama, and I was just like, and I remember there was like these 2 girls that were staffers or, you know, whatever, working the event. And they were like, oh my God, I'm never going to wash my hand again. He shook it. He was amazing. And I was like, hey, what's going on? Hey, nice speech. Thanks a lot. You know, like it was just like, whatever. I think you could totally run it through that. Might be a little bit different. I mean, I embrace the randomness, but all right. Sorry, we're getting distracted. Again, thank you, Spencer. All right, using Adversary. So for starters, we have a stat block. Now, the stat block looks like this. Right off the bat, we get strong 4th edition, in my opinion, elements right off the bat. We have the name of the monster. Okay, that's a given. We get what tier it is. Note that it doesn't have a level. I would be starstruck by a 2025 Rachel Weisz. So, yes, that would actually starstruck me. I did get starstruck. When I met Gary Gygax, I was starstruck. That was crazy. So, we get a tier. So already we get the idea that there isn't a level 1 monster. There isn't a level 3 monster. There's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. So in terms of deciding where your creature lands, it's just 1, 2, or 3, or 4. Second, flavor text. And it is all of a sentence. Now, I'm not saying that there might not be some other monsters where it's more than a sentence. But look. 99% of monsters that have ever been used by any of us have shown up and died probably within 18 to 24 seconds because that's how long most combats are. And that's it. So do I really need to know the lore and the ecology of these things? No. Secondly, I should actually say thirdly, we have standard. Now, we don't know what this means yet. I do know what it means because I have looked at the monsters before. But spoiler alert, there are different categories of monster, including its role in the combat. And everybody who knows this channel knows that one of the reasons I love 4th edition, amongst many reasons, is because monsters were given a definitive role. This monster job is to be a lurker and to hide and be sneaky and jump out and stab people and then, go and hide. This monster's role is to be a soldier and to take hits and, get in the PC's faces and sort of, gum them up. You don't forget the modern thing here is that when you don't have roles, you have to look at the monster's stat block. You have to look at the monster's abilities and then figure out what is this thing supposed to be doing. And that can be kind of annoying, and that could be kind of, difficult. So we get this idea of role for the monster. Secondly, now this is what we call FBT, fluffy bullshit time. But I do think that this is a bit better than fluffy bullshit time because this is its motives and its tactics. This in 4 or 5 words gives us, the game master, a way to make this creature a little bit more than just a pile of stats. Now, it's not a script, okay? It's definitely descriptive. It's not prescriptive. It's not saying that the monsters have to do this, the monsters must do these things. But what it does is it gives you a vibe that makes this monster different than, say, a different monster with the same stat block. Okay? So, I love this because, again, as a GM, we might be, if we're running a low prep, no prep game, the very first time I'm looking at this stat block might be right when I'm about to play it. And really quickly, I can see, okay, it's a tier 1 standard monster. Its motive is to escape, to profit. It will steal. It will throw smoke. Okay, got it. It's like a kind of a cowardly bandit. Cool. Good. And I can use this in most encounters. Whether it's a social, ever or whatever, it's a lot like Fabula Ultima's traits. Exactly. So I absolutely love this. Steve says, maybe I misunderstand, but Sensor said talk after. I think he may have meant after you're done not streaming, not at the next event you're both at. I assume he meant like after I'm done going through the book and feeling like I have a good grasp on the game is what I assume, he meant, which is cool. Avison, we know what he wields. He's got daggers. All right. Next up, his combat stats. And here's the most important thing. They don't have a trait. They don't have the 6 ability scores. Okay? They have difficulty. What's difficulty? Difficulty is everything. This is its saving throw. This is how hard it is to convince. This is how hard it is to spot. This is how hard it is to hit. This number is, this creature is DC 12, and we just use it for everything, and that's awesome. So I'm a big fan of that. It's simple. It's easy. If you've ever read or played Index Card RPG, this is like from Roomhammer. He does this where like an entire room is like, this is a DC 5 room. And it's really, really cool. So it's just super convenient. Once you know this number, you know all the numbers that you need. So, you know, now this is a monster. Again, it's probably there to live and to die, you know? We get its 2 thresholds, whether it takes 1, 2, or 3 damage, how many hit points it has, how much stress it can take. Its attack bonus is +1, and it has daggers, which do 1d8 plus 1 damage. We also get, for a mechanical interface, an experience of Thief +2. The GM can spend a fear to add +2 to this creature's roll if it is something that is thiefy. Hawking says it throws smoke, but there is no mechanic for it. How would you do it? Oh, great question, Hawking ETA. In the fiction, I may just have it throw smoke. Or if I need to, I might spend a fear and say that, you know, he's calling upon his thief experience, giving me +2, and thus I have a +3 as he throws down a smoke bomb to try to gain the concealed condition. And he would do that against your evasion or against a base DC. There's a lot of different ways to do it. The answer is there's no right or wrong way to do it, but this creature is going to feel like a bandit, and you can just kind of go with it. I mean, the same thing, true Hawking. This game doesn't have mechanics for grapple. This game doesn't have mechanics for tripping, but it doesn't need them because as a GM, you just make something up. You know, you use what the game has. You've got attack bonuses. You've got traits. You can say, make a strength trait. You know, it's very simple. It's very straightforward, and it's very easy. And when in doubt, spend a fear. Cover your bases. Don't do it for free. Make it cost something. All right. They can climb easily. Cool. So like we don't have to worry about like him having to make a check or something to move up a ladder or something like that, or a wall. And then when the bandit succeeds on a standard attack from above a target, they deal D10 plus 1 physical damage instead of their standard damage. What I would say about the improvisation actions is if it feels like it's more of a flavor thing and it feels like it's a no-brainer and it feels like you're not like getting away with anything, then if it fits the monster, if it fits their motives and their tactics and the nature of the monster and their experiences, then do it for free. If it feels like you're getting something out of it, if you feel like you're kind of, you know, pushing the envelope a little bit, when in doubt, spend a fear and just cover the cost. Because the players obviously have a powers and abilities that they can activate with fear or with hope. The same thing is true for you. Or, by the way, when in doubt, mark a stress. So that's what I would say. Mark a stress, mark a fear. Or, yeah, mark a stress, spend a fear. Just like the players. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And instead of giving us 27 list of abilities, and to be fair, they do give us some abilities and some more complex monster stat blocks, they just say, here's some ideas, but also go with the flow, you know, go do what feels right. All right. So 5 hit points feels like too much. Well, Dr. Waits, generally speaking, that means that this guy is probably going to be able to get hit 2 to 3 times. You know, maybe 4 at the most. So maybe that's not too bad, you know? I mean, to be fair, a wizard, our PC wizard, has 5. And remember, monsters also don't have armor. So when the PC takes a 2 hit point hit, they can mark an armor slot and reduce it to a 1 hit point hit. The Jagged Knife Bandit does not have any such luck. Okay. All right, so here are our adversary types. An adversary type represents the role that they play in conflict. When building encounters, utilize a mix of types helps create a dynamic and engaging challenge. We have done so many streams where we have talked about 4th edition style combat encounters and prepping. And whether you're doing it off the cuff or you're designing it, the key is use a good mix, because that's going to make it a lot more dynamic and a lot more interesting and provide a lot more texture to your battlefield. If everything is just a standard monster, the battle will be really boring. But if you have, a big bruiser and a couple ranged monsters and then a ton of minions, now you have a bunch of different range of threats. You've got big, tough monsters that might be scary to get in melee with. You have ranged monsters who are trying to keep the distance, and suddenly the ability to move far distances, some of those ranged attacks become more powerful. But we also have minions, so the ability to do a bunch of damage or to do a bunch of AoEs will become more important. So by creating different mix of conflict types, by creating different mix of monsters in your combat, you create an interesting dynamic. So we get kind of a 4th edition mapping here. We get the Bruiser, and this is tough, and they deliver powerful attacks. My experience with this game tells me the Bruiser is somewhat of a sort of like a mix between a brute, a soldier, and an elite. And I say elite for people who know what 4th edition means, because the idea is, I think when we think of the big, tough monster, we usually also think of them as kind of being, a little bit more than just, like a low hit point throwaway creature, right? We tend to think of them as kind of an elite role anyways. Steve, thank you.
12 for the 12 game.
I love it. I love it. $12 for the 12 game. Yes, this is the 12 game. I love it. Thank you, Steven. I really, really appreciate it. That's funny. Awesome stuff. Thank you, Steve. So bruisers, in my mind, fill that kind of role of elite plus, brute soldier. Hordes are groups of identical creatures acting together as a single unit. In Pathfinder 2, we would call this a troop. Their horde rules are interesting. Now this is interesting. They have hordes and they have minions. And I actually love that both of these are in here. One of the problems that I've had when people say just use a horde for minions is I don't like that. I like that minions are individual. I like that they feel like different monsters. I think that's really, really cool. I like that it's not just, represented as this vague pool of hit points. But there are some types of creatures that, quite frankly, using them as minions would be really, really problematic. And I would say that it is similar to the swarm in D&D. Yes. So not only is this good for like a swarm of sturges, but it's also good for when you literally want to have, here's 100 zombies. If we literally needed to have 100 zombies as minions, that would be tough. But you could do it in this game by using several zombie hordes. So I really like that hordes are distinct from minions, because a lot of games have tried to replace minions with hordes or troops or swarms, and it's not the same. Minions are still individual creatures capable of individual movement. Now, this game does do a great job with the minions by usually giving them a group attack option so that you can activate a bunch of minions all in one go. Because using up your GM spotlight turn just to make one minion go, probably, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. But by activating multiple minions with one activation, you kind of, make minions a little bit scarier, which I really, really like. All right. Leaders command and summon other adversaries. So this is our, just like in 4th edition, we had the leader command or leader type. This is our, person who can kind of help support the troop, but also summon in additional troops. Very cool. Minions are easily dispatched, but dangerous in great numbers. So minions are super important, I think, for any game. And what's really cool about this game is because we've sort of normalized that monsters don't have hundreds of hit points. Monsters have 3 hit points, 4 hit points, 5 hit points. The minion having 1 hit point it doesn't feel as bad. But they did something so right with minions, and I'm not going to give them credit for this because they stole it from Flea Mortals, and that is totally acceptable because it was a great rule. And the first time Smith and I read Flea Mortals, we both kind of looked at each other and we said, this is better than the 4E minions. And that is this idea of the minions having a damage threshold that allows let's say, a character in melee who doesn't have an AoE attack to go ham on a large number of minions with 1 attack. And especially in a game that's epic and high fantasy, you need this. Flea Mortals did it so right, and this game stole it, basically, I think, carte blanche from Flea Mortals, and it is a great mechanic. It is a way to make minions better, and that is really, really cool. Ranged. So this is literally our artillery monster from 4th edition. Fragile in close encounters, but can attack from distance for high damage. Glass cannon. Range equals glass cannon. And these are great. These are awesome things to put into your combat. Put a ranged creature, put it up on a cliffside. Put it up in a tower. Make it difficult. Make it so that your flying PCs, your agile PCs, your climbing PCs, your teleporting PCs, right, have some unique texture to the combat that they can do. And if you ignore them, you do so at your own peril. That's right, Eric. That's exactly right. This was a fighter ability. I think it was only a fighter ability. But yes, fighters could gain multiple attacks against lower HD creatures. That's correct. Yeah, exactly. Give that winged sentinel something to do. Skulks maneuver and exploit opportunities to ambush opponents. Well, I already kind of hinted at this, but 4th edition had the Lurker, and this is the Lurker. This is the character that it's sort of a Lurker plus skirmisher, for lack of a better word, but Lurker. Now, this is a new one. Social presents unique challenges to overcome through conversation rather than combat. So this is highlighting a couple of things here. One is social combat is a thing. Monsters can have social combat mechanics. Monsters can have social elements to their characters. They don't always have to be necessarily balanced for combat. Some creatures are non-combative creatures, and they are going to exist in this game too. So we're definitely going to want to take a look at some of those stat blocks to see how they feel or look different. Solos, probably one of the single greatest things, which I feel at this point most in games have stolen in some capacity, which is the idea of a creature that is capable of presenting an entire challenge by itself, usually with some sort of action economy advantage, lots of AoEs or reactive abilities that allow the creature to truly be dynamic, interesting, and engaging, even if there's only one of them. Now, standard. Rank and file adversaries representative of their fictional group. So 4th edition didn't really have that, but what it did have was, basically like the standard skirmisher monster, and that's basically what this represents here. I would say it's like a mix of skirmisher plus soldier. It's your basic run-of-the-mill monster, and that's okay. I do think that calling it standard was a little weak because everything else seems very descriptive, and standard isn't really descriptive, but I don't really know how else you would describe this. I mean, maybe this is a social, you would describe this as a combatant, but then it's like, what, are the rest of these not combatants? No, they're combatants too. So I guess they just called it a standard, but it's a little, it doesn't tell us as much as some of these other things. When I see that a monster is a tier 2 bruiser, I go, okay, I got it. I know what this guy is here for. When I see that a monster is a tier 2 ranged creature, I'm like, okay, I get what she's doing here, Our boy Tim says, I enjoy everything about this so far. Standards and bruisers may be normal versus elites as opposed to bruisers being more soldier brute. Yeah, I think that's probably true. Apparently, I just read through the minion rules for damage. Draw Steel stole it from FFG Star Wars. By Draw Steel TM Scott, do you mean Daggerheart? And lastly, we have support. Enhance their allies, disrupt their opponents. And again, in 4th edition, we would call this a controller. So, no, the leader is the leader. I said Daggerheart stole it from Flea Mortals. So leaders are our leaders. Support, I would say, is more of our controller, although it is a little bit of a bunch of this. Okay. Adversaries tend to have fewer but broader experiences than PCs. In situations where you think an adversary's capability could come into play, you can spend a fear to apply an experience modifier to their difficulty, to their attack roll, and to a reaction roll. So that means that we can add their bonus to not just an attack, we could add it to their DC, we could add it to their difficulty, which means we could make them harder to hit, or we could make it harder for them to be affected by something because we think that it applies. So we can not only apply it to a roll, we can also apply it to their difficulty, which is essentially their saves, their AC, the whole shebang. Okay? If we make a attack roll, we can add or a reaction roll, we can spend a fear to add a relevant experience modifier to the roll. Describe how it improves their odds at performing the action. Experiences feel more impactful if you save them for certain dramatic situations rather than just spam applying them to most rolls, which I completely agree. While some adversaries specialize in combat, others do best in non-violent situations, and their experiences will reflect that. For example, the Tier 1 Merchant has the experience Shrewd Negotiator +3 that can apply whenever the PC tries to haggle with them, increasing the difficulty to 15 to reflect their keen business acumen. So here's some example of experiences that you might have in a stat block. We also get their features. Outside of their stat block, we get their features. Some features require the monster to mark stress, and some require us to spend fear. Lastly, some adversaries require tokens to be placed on their stat block for certain features. These adversary tokens are used as counters similar to the player character's tokens. So pretty basic. So basically, you're going to be using monsters. They're going to have an attack. They're going to have a difficulty. Sometimes you might have to mark a stress. Sometimes you might have to spend a fear. Every monster has a standard attack. Some have a unique action that they can use. And others have adversaries can do nearly everything a PC can do. So if you want the monster to do something that isn't in the stat block, feel free to do so. The Adversary Action Rolls section in Chapter 3 provides guidance for resolving other actions an adversary might take. And this is the same thing as a PC. There's no grapple rule. There's no trip rule. But the PCs can do it, and so can monsters. We've got reactions that don't take effect until they trigger. Basically, they have to trigger, and you don't have to spend fear to interrupt the PCs to do a reaction. Now, I should note that adversary reaction rolls is just a flat DC 20. So when something says the reaction DC is 15, well, then you just roll plus 15. Passive abilities are always active. So these are some examples of ones as well. Fear features are rare and powerful and feature adversaries requiring to spend fear. Makes sense. Summoning features bring new monsters into the battlefield. And spotlighting features allow you to immediately spotlight additional monsters or adversaries. Unless otherwise specified, this doesn't require spending fear. Note, if you spotlight a monster, they cannot use a spotlight feature. So you can't like chain spotlights together and just keep your monsters going forever. So these are some rules from earlier in the game. Often an effect asks you to choose a target within range. This means you choose a single creature to affect. When it makes sense in the story, you can target an object rather than a creature and adjust the effects as needed. To affect a group of targets, those targets must be clumped together in an area within very close range of a point you choose. Regardless of the number of targets, you only need to make one attack roll and compare that to the total difficulty of every eligible target to determine which creatures you succeed against. When your attack deals damage to more than one target, roll your damage once and apply the total to each target the attack succeeded against. So, I think I don't think we got it wrong, but I'm pretty sure that is... We were talking about certain powers as affecting every monster within far range, and I don't think that is the case. So if we have to choose a single target, if we want to affect a group of targets, then we would affect everything within a very close range of that point, quote unquote, that we have chosen. So that actually does change things a little bit with some of those spells, as Avacyn is referring to with Chain Lightning. By default, an adversary can only hit one target with their action. When an adversary's action lets you make multiple targets, you make one attack roll and ask if it hits any of the targets. If you're making individual attacks with multiple adversaries during the same GM moves, make a different attack roll for each. Yes, KC says, so you're telling me a fireball can ignite a wooden chair and a bomb can blow up a gate? Blasphemy. Yes, KC, I think we are. All right, so combat building rules. We got them, even though the game doesn't really need them. I mean, it does, but it also doesn't. So this is our battle guide. This is our encounter budget. Prince of Nowhere says, no, things with far range hit everything in that range. Group rules only apply if specified. For example, see the Dracona's Breath Weapon. I'm going to go look at the Dracona's Breath Weapon, because I don't know what that does. All right, the Dracona's Breath Weapon. You can use this breath against a target or group of targets within very close range. What's interesting is... that term, group of targets, is only ever used once in the entire SRD. So that term, group of targets, never applies again. So apparently, that group rule only works for this one ability in the entire game. Interesting. Hey, Spencer, how does that work? I mean, I'm fine with it either way. I'm curious what the intention there was. All right. So let me go back to this here. Target. Unless stated otherwise, all the targets of a group effect must be within very close range of a single origin point within your effect's range. So I think we decided, Avacyn, that the term all targets means you get to pick and choose. All adversaries means you don't get to pick and choose, but it only affects your adversaries. And all allies affects all of your allies. The target and all creatures within very... Now, so this doesn't say all targets. So all creatures implies that it also affects all of, allies and adversaries. Yeah, it supersedes the group rules, which are apparently only used once in the entire book. Well, maybe they're just future proofing. Yeah, there's some precise... But again, this isn't a game It's not a game that really matters. You know what I mean? Right. If we contrast that with Chain Lightning, it says unleashing lightning on all targets within close range. So it's pretty clearly that it's all targets within close range. So, not all creatures, targets, which means we can choose to target them or not. So anyways, so to make an encounter, we get 3 times the number of PCs in combat, and we add 2. Now, I do have a question about this adjusting battle points. We can discuss it here in chat. This means if we had a 4-person party, we would get 3 times 4 is 12, and then we add 2. We have 14 battle points to spend. So how do we spend battle points? We'll get to adjusting them in a second, but how do we spend them? By the way, the goal of this is to roughly balance an encounter. So roughly balance. Again, remember, this is a game where if the PCs die, they can just choose to, not die. Okay? You can spend 1 of your battle points for each group of minions equal to the size of the party. So for 1 battle point, we could add 4 minions, because we have 4 people in our party, to our battle. And remember, we have 12. I'm sorry. Yeah, we have 14 battle points. You could add a lot of minions. We could spend 1 point to add a social or support adversary to the combat. Now, I think it should be pointed out that this is assuming, I guess, that you're using them in battle. And social adversaries are probably not very effective at battle. So keep that in mind. That's why they're only 1 point. Spend 2 points for a horde, a ranged, a skulk, or a standard adversary. So 2 points is pretty much for most of our monsters, right? Hey, this is a big horde of monsters that attacks. It's our standard monster. It's also a ranged monster and a skulking monster. So 2 is the sort of, baseline. 3 points gives us a leader. Makes sense. They're going to be summoning monsters. They're going to be buffing the people. You may not want to have too many of these, and they're a little bit better because they're a force multiplier, right? 4 points gives us the bruiser adversary, or what we're calling our sort of elite brute. And then for 5 points, we can take a solo adversary, right? And here is our confirmation that bruisers are effectively elites. So this means that with 14 points, we have a ton of different ways that we could, and this is for a group of 4 people, but this means a standard battle, we could spend 14 points. We could spend 14 points by taking 7 standard adversaries. So that means a standard battle against standard adversaries would be 4 PCs versus 7. We could also technically have 2 solos and 2 solos and a horde. I wouldn't recommend using 2 solos, but you know what? You do you, boo, and have fun with it. Now, I personally would be totally in for 7 hordes of zombies, because then you could legitimately be like, okay, we're fighting 200 zombies. Let's fucking go. And that would be sweet. Now, we can modify this as we want to, or as we see fit. The first is we could subtract a point. So again, this is the baseline. And again, there's no tight math here. Okay. Subtract a point if the fight should be less difficult or you want it to be shorter. Subtract 2 points if you're using 2 or more solo adversaries. So there you go. If you want to use 2 solos, you lose some of your points because they're like, that shit's kind of probably broken. So there you go. You can't go 2 brutes. You can't do 2 solos and a bruiser. I mean, you could if you want it to be harder. So they've clearly thought of the scenario where some asshole is going to use more than 1 solo. Quick math. Subtract 2 points if you add plus 1d4, or just a static plus 2 if you don't want to buy that, to all adversaries' damage rolls to increase the challenge without lengthening the battle. Now that is like a way to you want to do more damage, but you don't want more monsters, right? More monsters means it's going to take longer to fight them, right? So this is kind of a way of like to up the damage by having a smaller fight. Does that make sense? Which is cool because these are all theoretically the same, type of thing. So a 12-point battle where your monsters are doing 2 extra points of damage is the same as a 14-point battle, roughly, right? It's all just roughly. And a lot of people, Dr. Waits, did this in 4th edition, essentially, where you're like, we want the monsters to do more damage, but we don't want to, we want more monsters to do more damage, but I don't want to make this fight any longer than it needs to be. Let's just up the damage of the monsters and let it go, that way. Dylan, just dropping in. Hey, thank you for $20 super chat. That's more than just dropping in, Dylan. Wanted to bring up astral projection from last stream real fast. Absolutely. I think the ability itself, right, we talked about why is this in Grace? Because it felt weird. I mean, Grace does have magic, but the ability for someone to like astrally project, not just like, oh, it's my phantom image, but like you can act as if you're there. I think the ability itself matches Grace really well, but the name should be changed to something like stunt double or understudy. Okay. I will admit, if it was actually called that, I would probably actually have liked it more just because it really fits the copycat and the encore ability. And I love the idea of being like, it's my stunt double. And it's just totally silly. And having an illusionary stunt double is fucking awesome. It's very, what's the movie with Christian Bale and Hugh Jackman? Prestige. It's very like The Prestige. I love it. That's what the card editor is going to be used for. Absolutely. All right. Now, this is the question I have. It doesn't matter because the balance isn't really important. Add 1 point if you choose an adversary from a lower tier. Now, is this once or every time you choose a monster from a lower tier? That's the only thing that I don't know. So, for example, if I put a bunch of monsters in from lower tiers, should I decrease the battle points several times or just once? It really doesn't matter what it really, because again, this is all just a rough estimate. It's really just saying if you use monsters from a lower tier, and maybe you should occasionally, you're making the battle easier, right? So if you want the battle to be the same difficulty, then you need to add a point. That would make lower tier minions free, essentially. Yes, and I think up to a certain point, if you're using minions and they're lower tier minions, they are essentially set dressing, right? More than anything, And yes, we could say infinite minions, but remember, this is fiction first gaming. There is a practical limit. And at a certain point, you should be using a horde. But if you kind of just want minions to sort of fill in they're not really there to like really be a threat. They're just there to like, give the players like, something to just completely destroy and burn through, So anyways, add a point if you don't include any bruisers, hordes, leaders, or solo. And lastly, add 2 points. Here's the Northern Reaches rule. Add 2 points if the fight should be more dangerous or last longer. So if you want a tough fight, you could go up to 16 points. And that'll give you more, more things to buy if you want it to be tough. And if you don't use any of these, bruisers, hordes, leaders, or solos, it would actually be up to 17 points, That's right. So you could add 2 by making your fight more dangerous, and then subtract 2 by adding the static damage. So now you haven't changed the number of points at all, but you're making it a harder fight by just making the monsters deal more damage. Dr. Waits, that is a fucking amazing. The font of bones. That's what it's called. That's a great module. It's a great room. It's a great artifact, and it's called the Fount of Bones. So this guide, Pinheiro says, I was surprised by how well this guy works. In my experience, it's very good. So yes, Tim has encountered the Font of Bones before. So there's a lot of ways to play with this. And again, it's not trying to give you like down to the millimeter precision like a Pathfinder 2 game is. And I think you could, You could really make this sing. Now, GM Scott, who has 6 PCs, so he has a baseline of 20 points. Add 2 for the tougher fight, up to 22. Subtract 2 for more than one solo. So now we're at 20. Then give my party 4 solos. You know what? That's fantastic. GM Scott. All right. So, bruisers. I don't think we need to go too much into this, but, they are massive, towering, muscle-bound bodyguards for devious merchants, a hulking construct with fists of ire, right? This is our elite brute, somebody who's just big and they're never the boss, right? They're always like the lieutenant. They're always like the sub-boss, Mechanics. Bruisers are close-quarter combatants. They usually engage with the party's melee characters while other adversaries attack from range. They deal high damage and often use area of effects. Sometimes they have the slow feature to play up their lumbering nature or features that move PCs around to display their power. If you're using minis, consider using one with a larger base. So here's an example of the Minotaur Wrecker. This is a paramount example of the Bruiser. Big, lumbering, extremely dangerous. At tier 2, these juggernauts typically deal major damage and can easily land severe blows on more lightly armored PCs. Their ramp-up passive means they're more costly to spotlight, but they can attack all targets in range when they do make a standard attack. And with their gore action, they can charge into combat and make big dents into armored units. Now, one of the things that we talked about when we talked about the classes was what's the class fantasy? Well, the other thing is, what is the monster fantasy? And does the monster deliver on that? And not just from its name and what it is, but also as its role in combat. What I love about this monster is not only do we get our charging bull, it's a Minotaur. What do we want it to do? Right? We want it to do the massive charge with the big horns and did the massive gore damage and stuff like that, right? We want them to charge like a bull, and we want them to stab somebody the fuck out with their horns, right? Those are the two main things that we want. But the other thing that we can see here is they have this passive, which is when they are spotlighted, they can make their standard attack against all targets within range. So their battle axe is not just a melee, it's very close. So remember, that basically means in grid terms, like they have reach, right? So it's like a 10-foot, 15-foot reach. Their attack is an AoE by default. The downside of this is you have to spend fear to spotlight them. You can't just, every time the PCs roll a miss or with fear, you can't activate this guy and have him AoE because that would be kind of busted and broken, and then it would make this thing not that fun. Instead, like this thing has to like really get going. It's almost got this slowness, to it, to its attack, which is really awesome. Or you could have them mark stress, and then we get to do exactly what we want them to do. They get to charge through a group within close range, make an attack against everybody. Anybody who's hit takes a bunch of damage, and they are knocked back to very far range. Very far range. That's like you are getting tossed dozens, if not 100 feet. You are getting literally thrown across the battlefield. If the target is knocked into a solid object, and I would imagine that they are, they take an extra d6 damage, and you combine that with the core damage to make it 3d6 plus 8, and that all stacks up. Self-confessed cynic says, this is really dumb. I'm sorry. This is the most you thing I've ever seen in my entire life, so I don't know what you're saying. Somebody pointed out that very far is 300 feet. Okay, that's too far. This should just say fair range. This should just say far range. Okay. Very far is actually too far. Maybe that's a little bit of a mistake. Maybe somebody actually put it should just be far. All right. You know what? We are in agreement then, buddy. We are in agreement. I thought very far meant 100 feet, but somebody pointed out that very far is beyond 100 feet. So, okay. Now, to be clear, unless you're like literally fighting them in the middle of the open, this will never come out. It's only a tier 2 monster. Okay. If it was a tier 4 monster, okay, I could see that happening. Yeah. So I think close is 30 feet. So far is between 30 and 100 feet. I'm totally fine between 30 to 100 feet. You know, that's perfect. So I would actually change this to far range. Anyways. And then they have gore, which may seem unassuming, but which lets us make an attack against a target within very close range, and we get to move our monster. Our monster gets to move, but then it deals 2d8 direct damage. Remember, direct damage doesn't let them use their armor. So if someone's really heavily armored, they've got, you know, the cool armor feats, they've got the really high armor, just gore them, right? The massive horns just pierce right through it like it's tinfoil. And that's cool, you know? And then, so yeah, this is a big, scary monster. We also see that it has 7 hit points, right? Its damage thresholds are 14/27. If you were fighting this at level 1, at tier 1, I imagine this thing would be very scary and very difficult to hit, because even hitting 14 on a threshold is pretty tough at level 1. So, pretty cool. So then they give us stats about how to create our own custom bruisers with information about setting their, you know, how to attack their attack modifiers, how to set their damage so that they deal mostly major and severe damage. These guys should not be chip-shotting people. Overall, their difficulty is lower. It's easier to hit them, trip them, you know, deceive them, but they have more hit points and slightly higher damage thresholds. And so here they even give an example of making a brand new bruiser. In this case, it's the Dire White. It's an ogre that has been brought back to life, which is pretty sweet. So here's our horde. Whether a swarm of rats or a pack of wolves, this is a massive group of enemies in an easy-to-run ways. So think of this as even below like a minion. Hordes are a group of weaker enemies. They deal high damage, but once you've dealt half their damage, bloodied them, many of them have interesting passives or reactions that capture their role in the fiction. Every horde has the horde passive, which is unique to this adversary type. So they all have the horde ability, and when they have marked half or more of their hit point, their attack now deals X damage. So here's a pack of zombies. This is a tier 1 horde. So they deal 1d10 plus 2 damage. But once they have marked half their hit points, their standard attack deals 1d4 plus 2 physical damage instead. You've hacked down the horde enough that they no longer do as much damage. Additionally, they have overwhelm as a reaction. When they mark hit points from an attack within melee range, you can mark a stress. So when they take damage from an attack, you can have them mark a stress and make an attack back against the attacker, because there's so many of them that they can just sort of overwhelm them, right? Which I think is really, really cool. So hordes also have a unique notation of Y/HP next to their stat bucks. The Y represents the number of creatures represented by each hit point the creature has. For example, 2 per hit point means that every hit point represents 2 members of the horde. This narrative detail allows you to describe how many foes are being brought down as you whittle down the horde. So the zombie pack has 2 members per. So this is 12. This is a dozen zombies in a horde. So a tier 1 battle with 14 battle points, if you took 7 zombie hordes, that would be 84 zombies that the party was fighting. That you're level 1, and that's a balanced encounter. That's awesome. But the horde itself makes 1 attack. Correct. On the other hand, here are covetous miners, a ghostly group of miners trapped by their insatiable greed, and they are 5 per hit point. And they have 6 hit points. So each horde of this represents 30. Right. So if you deal a severe hit to them, they would lose 3 hit points. And in the fiction, you just killed 3. You know, that's you just it's not just you literally making one attack, right? It's narrative. It's free flowing. You're kicking through them. Maybe you just punch one of their heads off. You kick your boot through another one's chest. It doesn't really matter as long as we're making the mechanics hidden. So cool stuff there. And then again, rules for making your own hordes. Leaders. They could be the antagonist of the entire campaign or just the current encounter. Either way, they're only as good as the allies who follow them. They could be the boss of a thieves guild or an evil knight whose army is laying waste to the countryside. A leader can spotlight multiple allies in a single move, buff them, or summon new combatants to the field, and they create dynamic combat by rallying and maneuvering their forces. But a leader is also dangerous in their own right. They usually have some of the highest attributes for their tier of play, making them difficult to hit, harder to take down, and deadly if they land a blow. When you build an encounter with a leader, the most important thing you can do is sell the fiction. To sell the fiction is to see what type of features they use and pair them with adversaries who take advantage of those features. Our head guard is an iconic leader. Their on my signal reaction starts a countdown that commands archer guards to attack with advantage against targets that are near them. However, this feature doesn't function if there are no archer guards present in the scene. When attacking on their own, a head guard usually deals major damage, but you can spend 2 fear to use their rally guards action, spotlighting them and some of their allies to deal more damage. Because the cost for rally guards is so high, having enough allies for the head guard to take advantage of is paramount. This is true of most leaders. They need sufficient forces to be the greater threat. So this is our tier 1 leader. They have a mace, a whistle, a bellowing voice, and we can see difficulty 15. Their thresholds are 7, 13. They deal D10 plus 4 damage with an attack bonus of plus 4. So this is pretty good, quote unquote, stats. Rally guard action. Spend 2 fear to highlight the head guard and up to 2d4 allies within far range. So when it costs more, it costs 2 fear, but when you activate the head guard, you also activate a bunch of allies, which is scary. That's basically like my whole team gets to go at once. Yikes. On my signal reaction, countdown 5. When the head guard is in the spotlight for the very first time, activate the countdown. It ticks down anytime a PC makes an attack roll. When it triggers, all archer guards within far range make a standard attack with advantage against the nearest target within their range. If any attacks the same target, combine their damage. And lastly, momentum. When the head guard makes a successful attack against a PC, you gain a fear. That's very scary. Absolutely. Totally. Very cool. And again, more information about that. Minions. So, minions have 2 abilities. They have 1 hit point. When a minion is defeated, when they take any amount of damage. However, all minions have the minion ability, which notes that, like, for example, the giant rat is a minion, an ROUS. It does 1 point of damage. Now, this should be important to note that if you do spotlight a minion and it attacks and it does hit, it's still going to cause a hit point of damage, because even 1 point of damage is enough to cause a hit point of damage. They have 1 hit point and 1 threshold. But they do have the Minion 3. The rat is defeated if it takes any amount of damage. However, for every 3 damage that a PC deals to the rat, defeat an additional minion within range that the attack would succeed against. This means that if you hit a giant rat and you deal 9 damage, you not only kill the rat you were targeting, but you kill 3 more rats. So this allows, you to sort of, take out a bunch of creatures all in one go, which is very, very, very cool. No. 9 damage is 4 rats. The rat is defeated when it takes any amount of damage. For every 3 points of damage they deal to rat, defeat an additional minion within range. So it's 1 plus. And that's, by the way, how the MCDM, what's it called? MCDM, it's not called Roll Fear. Flee Mortals monster books cause. Yeah, you always get your 1. Right. This is great because otherwise, if you didn't have AoEs, the players would have to roll dozens of times just to kill 12 rats. Now your melee character can go into melee and just wreck face. Now, some people are asking, what about AoEs? Pretty sure if you fireball some minions, but you don't succeed, the minion rule will basically let you kill almost everything. That sounds appropriate and also appropriate for minions, right? Like if I do use a fireball rather than just a normal attack, it feels like I should get something for that and basically wipe out everything and everyone in that range, which is totally acceptable because it's just a minion. But they also get a group attack because the problem is if I wanted, 10, so 1 attack dealing 3 damage kills 2 rats or 1, 2. If it takes any damage, it dies. But for every 3 points of damage, so it's like, oh, I did 10 damage to the rat. It's dead. But how much, for every 3 points of damage I dealt to the rat, I dealt 10, so I dealt that 3 times. They defeat an additional minion. But if you wanted to activate, say, 12 rats, you would need to use 12 spotlights. Spend a fear to choose a target and spotlight all giant rats within close range of them. They all move into melee, and they deal 1 attack roll. On a success, they deal 1 physical damage each, which we get to combine. So this allows us to make a 12 damage attack, which is nasty. That'll be a severe wound. But it lets us use all of our minions with 1 attack roll. Instead of, because we're never going to we're never going to waste our spot. There might be a world, but we're never going to spotlight. So on a failure, they all miss. On a failure, they all miss. Yep. Minions are both sucky and scary. Because the fact that this adds together and it's not random means that you basically can just guarantee, so. But yeah, on a failure, they miss. So, you're basically kind of getting 1 attack. Now, obviously, this is a tier 1 minion. It has a pretty shitty attack. But, if you, came up with some way to buff them or something like that, it would be really powerful if their attack value wasn't low, for sure. On the other hand, spotlighting them is not great. So that's why they all have this group attack. What this lets you do is have a bunch of minions and not literally, because there's no, what's the word I'm looking for? Because there's no action economy, it's not like, you're not going to waste a spotlight on a single minion most of the time. So if I'm using a spotlight on a minion, it's making 1 attack for 1 damage at -4. So if I do spend a fear to spotlight them, at least this way I get to make 1 attack for like 12 damage or something like that. So for me, the difference between hordes and minions comes down to how it feels at the table and how it plays out. It's because hordes are a single group. They would never break up. They would never get torn apart. They would always be like this one shambling horde. Minions can move around and they are individual, and it gives you a very different feel at the table. Can we get a reminder of the thresholds at level 1? Sure. Remember, you always add your level to your threshold. So that means that you're adding 1 at level 1. So if you are wearing Gambeson armor, which is like the flexible armor, your thresholds at level 1 are 612. If you're rocking the full plate, in which case you potentially, for example, a guardian with a base evasion of 9 wearing full plate armor would have base evasion of 7. That means it's a DC 7 to hit them, just FYI. They would be rocking a 918. So which obviously means that the horde of minions is going to have a hard time doing damage to them, but that seems appropriate. But they are going to have a much better chance of getting hidden. Right. Bare Bones, the one that GM Scott is talking about from the Bone domain, our Naked Conan the Barbarian one, from the Bone domain, it gives you 919, which, because you're level 1, is 1020, which I think is the highest threshold you can have, which is 1020. Right, but 1 damage is still 1 hit point. That is absolutely true. So, cool. All right. So here's an example of a tier 3 minion, the Idolizing Imp. Still has 1 hit point, still has 1 stress. It only deals 7 physical damage. Well, to spotlight each minion, Vin, I would have to spend 1 fear each. Or wait till the players roll a bunch of misses. And I could only spotlight every time the player misses. Or rolls with fear. I mean, I could do that. It would just, there's no guarantee. It would just take forever, and the players would get to keep killing them very quickly, and they might never actually get to attack. I mean, I can't just keep chain spotlighting. I mean, if I had 9 fear, I could theoretically do 9 group attacks in a row. So, Imp does 7 damage. And the same thing is true here, by the way. For every 8 damage they deal, you kill an extra Imp. And then I can group attack, choose a target, spend a fear. All my Imps within close range get to move in. They make 1 melee attack combined, and it deals 7 damage to the target. And you combine that damage for purposes of the defense thresholds. Absolutely, Dr. Waits. Yep. Right. Well, I'm not talking about spotlighting the same adversary. They're saying spotlighting different minions each time. Right. I guess what I'm saying is, if I'm spending a fear to spotlight a minion, why wouldn't I do the group attack? That's all I'm saying. If you're already spending a fear, seems like a waste, that's all I'm saying. I see what you're saying. The group attack does nothing if it's a 5 or 6. Okay, that is fair. That is fair. Yes, and from a meta game perspective, once the rats are down to like 3 or 4, you would probably just make individual attacks. Agreed. So there, I would agree with that. Right, because you had to spend a fear, assuming you didn't use your free spotlight. You spent a fear to spotlight the minion, and then it was a fear to use the group attack. Right, so it's a horrible return on investment. I mean, again, that rat was the example, but if we go into actual level 1, so, here's the Jagged Knife Lackey. It's also a tier 1 minion. It does 2 physical damage. So, it turns out that the thief minions are actually scarier. Their attack is -2, not -4. They do 2 damage. It's still, you kill 1 for every 3 damage, and now they can combine up and shank you for 6, 8, 10, 12. I mean, if there were 10 of them, they'd hit you for 20. All right. Also, and I cannot stress this enough, the group attack is not about like trying to beat the PCs and, overcome them in cool tactical advantage. It's only there to create cool narrative moments and to be a fan of the PCs and to set them up to do something even cooler when they go ham and just fucking annihilate all those minions. It's not about the challenge of the fight. Like, yes, you can lose. These fights are difficult especially because, if the players die, they can just choose to, not die, but that does have consequence. No, I mean, yeah, like you should play to the hilt, I'm just saying, but that's not your primary agenda as a GM. Your primary agenda as a GM is to, be a fan of the PCs, especially in a game like Daggerheart. All right. So here's our ranged combatant. I don't think we have to talk too much about this, but they have ranged attacks. Here's our skulk. A wide breadth of adversaries can fit into the skulk category, typically those who use misdirection and movement during combat. They might not do damage on every activation, instead opting to hinder the party's ability to move through the battlefield or debilitate them with temporary conditions. So, for example, the Jagged Knife Shadow can use their action to become cloaked, becoming hidden, and then, boom, they pop out from their hidden position and they deal extra damage instead. All right, here's our social. Not all encounters are solved with the edge of the blade. When the party is faced with social adversaries, they enter a battle of wits. When planning a social encounter, you should pay particular attention to the motives and tactics of these adversaries. What are they trying to get from this encounter? What would the adversary want to keep this information from them? What would you tip the balance and force their hands? If you have time, establish this NPC prior to the introduction of the story. Let their goals and tactics guide that interaction. I will also say this to what Vin was saying about 4E. 4E minions are a menace until you have a monk or until you have a controller. The controllers pretty much get a bunch of powers, some of which are encounter powers that basically say delete all minions on the battlefield. I think these minions could be tougher than you give them credit for. But yes, I do agree. I think every monster here is a narrative tool rather than an actual combatant. So here is a merchant. We can see that they have a shitty attack roll. But they do have Shrewd Negotiator. Preferential treatment. A PC who succeeds on a presence roll against the merchant gains a discount on purchases. A PC who fails on a presence roll against the merchant must pay more and now has disadvantage on future checks. The runaround. When a PC rolls 14 or lower on a check made against the merchant, they must mark a stress. Now, some people are going to love this and some people are going to hate this. But you know what the beauty of it is? You could use it or you cannot use it. It's totally up to you. I personally think it's kind of cool. So here's our solo. Mechanics, by the way, remember also in social quote-unquote conflict, you're not really going to be using your hit points. But stress. Stress is going to be the sort of hit points of a social encounter. And the game does go into detail to talk about how when you lose all of your stress, you become vulnerable. And while in combat, that means people get advantage to hit you. Outside of combat, the idea of vulnerable becomes almost more of like a condition or a status. And certainly for an NPC who is vulnerable, that means that they are going to basically be willing to, give in to your demands, bend, maybe bow down, step back, surrender, agree to your plan, whatever. So essentially being able to deal stress damage is basically their way of sort of defeating a social conflict without actually having to kill their hit points, which is kind of cool. Solo. Some solos feature the Relentless feature, which allows the GM to spotlight them multiple times during the GM's turn. Now, Eric says, social combat like rolling dice to insult someone, special comeback as a move, sounds tedious. You also just described normal combat. Now, if you think normal combat is tedious, well, then, you know, that par for the course there. I will agree that most social encounters fall flat, but that's because the games usually don't interact with them at all. So like they put the system in, but they don't support it, right? And this is one of the reasons why we look at Jared Sorensen's questions, like, what is this game about? Okay, does the game actually give you mechanics and tools to interact with that in a meaningful way? And if it doesn't, then yes, it'll be lame. This is the problem with 99% of most quote-unquote skill challenge systems, is they basically boil down to, I don't know, roll a bunch of skill checks in a row, and there's no mechanics that interact with them. It'd be similar to, I don't know, you have no feats or abilities or powers, just make a bunch of attack rolls till they're all dead, right? So that's why most people don't like social conflict systems. They are correct to do so, because what they usually boil down to is spam your skills until it's over, and that is boring. So some solos have the Relentless feature, which allows the GM to spotlight them multiple times during a GM's turn. Others have multiple reactions that work in place of the Relentless feature. Solo adversaries without these features should have other units or an environment that supports them. Because of these features, solos are more complex to run. So here is a juvenile flickerfly, a horse-sized insect with iridescent scales and crystalline wings. This is a tier 2 solo. I do think Draw Steel does have what sounds to be a really cool social conflict system with their patience meter, and I might like steal and hack that into Daggerheart as a countdown clock anyways, because I think that's really cool. All right, anyways. So, high thresholds, high hit points, big damage, features Relentless 3. They can be spotlighted up to 3 times per GM turn. Spend fear as usual to spotlight them. So, if a PC, let's say, rolls with fear, they succeed with fear. So I gain a fear token, but because they succeeded with fear, I get to spotlight an enemy. I could spotlight the juvenile flickerfly. Then I could spend fear to spotlight them again. In fact, the fear I just gained. But then I could spend fear to spotlight them again. So I could spotlight them 3 times in a row. So basically, every time the PCs give me an opportunity, I could spotlight them 3 times if I'm willing to spend the fear. Or if the PCs don't give me an opportunity, I could still spend fucking 3 fear and activate this guy 3 times in a row. So, no, 3 actions, Dr. Waits. 3 actions. 3 times, 3 actions. Before it makes an attack, roll a d6. On a roll of 4 or higher, their evasion becomes halved against this attack due to their peerless accuracy. Brutal. Hey, your evasion's 12, now it's 6. 50% of the time. Mind Dance. Mark a stress to create a magical display that grapples the nearby minds of foes. All targets within close range, 30-foot AoE, must make an instinct reaction roll. For each target who failed, you gain a fear, and the flickerfly loses one of the target's learns one of the target's fears. So you can mark one of its 5 stresses to create an AoE fear generating thing that you could then use to spotlight it again and attack, and spotlight it again and attack. That's gross. Lastly, it has its hallucinatory breath. Countdown loop 1d6. When the flickerfly takes, this is a reaction. When the flickerfly takes damage for the first time, activate this countdown. When it triggers, the flickerfly breathes hallucinatory gas on all targets in front of them up to far range. Targets must succeed on an instinct reaction roll or be tormented by fearful hallucinations. Targets whose fears are known to the flickerfly, which we got from this, so this isn't just fluffy bullshit time. Now that it knows your fears, it can make more powerful hallucinations against you, have disadvantage on this roll. Targets who fail must mark a stress and lose a hope. Brutal. I will say I don't know what loop. That's a type of countdown clock, but I don't remember what loop 1d6 means. Dr. Waits. So you can't take actions with fear results or spending fear normally. You have to have a special ability to take actions, even if players give you the opportunity. No, Dr. Waits. It is not what that means. It means that normally, if I spotlight a creature, I cannot spotlight it again until the players have gone. In other words, if I just have some random orc, let's say I only have one monster left, and it's an orc, and I have 12 fear. I can't go, I'm going to spotlight the orc 12 times in a row and make it make 12 attacks against you all until you're dead. I could spotlight it once, but now I'm out of monsters. I can't spotlight anything else, so the play goes back to the PCs. And when they miss, or if I want to spend a fear after they, make their attack, I can spotlight that orc again. The flicker fly lets me spotlight him 3 times in a row, basically. So he can basically take 3 actions. Boom, boom, boom. I see. I wonder why it's D6. Maybe that's the countdown. I see what it's saying. It basically means recharge D6. I think that's what it means. Right. It's recharge 1d6. That's basically what it means. The flicker fly is the adult red dragon in this game. It's a big beastie, scary, and strong and scary. Here's our standard monster. Basic, totally normal monster. Makes some attacks, does some damage, has some actions. Nothing really to go look into this. Here's our support monster. They might be a druid who creates bambles or thorns that slow down pursuers. Supports are varied in their abilities as leaders and solos. They might bolster an ally or stop foes in their tracks. When selecting adversaries for an encounter, limit the use of support adversaries. Their defeat should be an important part of the tactical calculation. Protect them with standard adversaries and distract PCs with higher damage targets like bruisers and ranged. The Cult Adept is a great example of what a support can do. They force targets to mark stress with their attacks. They buff their allies with resistance to damage, and they also can restrain, which means immobilize in this game, their foes. They also clear a stress whenever a PC makes a roll with fear, which plays into their fiction very well. So here's a mage wielding shadow and fear. And, they've got a little bit of a magical attack here. They've got a good amount of stress, kind of a spellcaster. So their main thing is Enervating Blast. If they spend a fear, they can make an attack against a target. On a success, they must mark a stress. So you can spend a fear to use this attack and make them mark stress in addition to doing the damage. I think. Yeah. Shroud of the Fallen. Mark a stress. To wrap an ally within close range in a shroud of protection until the adept is dead. While protected, the target has resistance to all damage. That means all damage rolls against them are halved. That's pretty sweet. And by the way, once it's up, it lasts, and it sounds like you could keep casting this on more and more of your allies. And it doesn't end until the adept goes down. So it kind of creates this interesting thing where now you have to try to fight off the adept because they're shielding their allies. Take notes for our Abjurer class. Shadow Shackles. Spend a fear and choose a point within far range. All targets within close range of that point are restrained in smoky chains until they break free with a strength or instinct roll. A target restrained by this feature must spend a hope to make an action roll. Fear is fuel. Twice per scene, when a PC rolls a failure with fear, clear a stress. So yeah, the leader is definitely a higher tier, more complex character. And there's a lot of interesting things going in here with the mechanics, and there's a lot of different interesting strategies for this as well. You probably covered this before, GM Scott said, but do you consider success with fear and failure with hope to be make a soft move, while failure with fear would be make a hard move? Pretty much. Yeah, GM Scott. I pretty much basically consider that exactly right, for the most part. I think there's a little bit of a difference where failure with hope, I actually view as being softer to the point of potentially being an opportunity for the player, even though they didn't just succeed. So, you know, when we think of soft moves, like offer the PCs an opportunity is a soft move. So I think failure with hope is actually softer than succeeding with fear. Succeeding with fear to me is true success with a consequence. Failure with hope is like failure, but with an opportunity. And that's more the GM move that I'm making there. Like, yeah, you didn't set out what you achieved, but you did get some other benefit, or you did, you know, come out, you know, what's coming up next, you know. And then here's our improvisation table. And then we've got a ton of stat blocks. Now, obviously, we don't have time to go through all of these, and they're in the SRD. You can go look them up. But let's see if there's any that, you know, jump out at us. Here's kind of an Ankheg, kind of an acid burrower. It's a solo. It can be spotlighted 3 times. It does D12 plus 2 damage. It erupts from earth, mark a stress to have the burrower burst out of the ground. All creatures have to make an agility reaction roll or be knocked over, making them vulnerable until they go next. It can also spit acid in a cone. Not only does it deal damage, but they also have to mark an armor slot and don't get their benefits. It basically eats up their armor. If they can't mark an armor, they have to mark hit points and gain fear. So you're literally like an acidic breath that's eating through your armor. And they also have acid bath as a reaction whenever they take severe damage. So if they do take a 3 hit point wound, they spray out acidic blood, dealing D10 damage, covering the ground and creating an area of effect. All adversaries ranked.
Oh, he tipped $5. All adversaries ranked.
Well, it's already 9:30, so I don't think so, OED. But I know what I appreciate that you would love that you would want to do that. So here we got, so we got a bunch of solos, an ogre, a kind of a golem, not like less of a golem and more of like a magic, an animated construct. Oh, look, there's our Ankheg. That's a sweet art. I love the kind of sketchy nature. I mean, it's not like it's sketchy, but it's like very like watercolory and, and I love how it's like almost penciled in acid burrower. Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Very painterly. Thank you. Very cool. Here's our bear, our construct, our cave ogre. Ooh, that's nasty. Look at this ogre. So ogre is a tier 1 solo. His damage doesn't seem that impressive. D10 plus 2. But look at this bone breaker passive. It's direct. All of his attacks deal direct damage. Direct damage means you can't use armor to absorb the blow. So if this guy does 2 hit points of damage to you, you're taking 2 hit points of damage. If he does 3, if he does a severe wound to you, you're taking 3. You can't mark armor slots against direct damage. So that's nasty, right? Like, he hit your armor. You still shattered every rib, behind that breastplate, Yeah. Oh yeah, you're fine. Every rib you have is broken, but you're fine. Very cool. I would say Unstoppable still helps Philomir. For sure. I mean, come on. Right. Anything that lowers the damage threshold without using an armor slot would still work. Correct. So Unstoppable would work. So yes, if your Guardian is going to pop their Unstoppable, it's time to do it against the Cave Ogre and feel really sweet. Look at his motives and tactics. Bite off heads, feast, rip limbs, stomp, throw enemies. I love it. That's what an ogre should be. It's now we're playing DCC Funnel Daggerheart, where I describe ripping off your character's arm and beating you to death with it. I've done that with an ogre before in like a con game. I think it might have been Dungeon World, but yes, I've ripped off a player's arm and then I beat them to death with that. Anyways, So we also have hordes of giant mosquitoes, more bruisers, our giant rat. And again, all of this is tier 1, so it's all kind of loosey-goosey anyways. Technically, tier 1 is only tier 1, so, you know. Or tier 1 is only level 1, so you're actually not here that often. Here is our glass snake, a standard monster. Let's just take a look at this, because we got a cool piece of art for the glass snake. This is the glass snake. Very cool. So the glass snake, a clear serpent with a massive head that leaves behind a glass shard trail. Very close range, D8 plus 2 damage. Armor shredding shards. That's a tongue twister. On a successful attack within melee range against the snake, the attacker must mark an armor slot without receiving its benefits. If they can't mark an armor slot, they must mark an additional hit point. So when you damage the snake, if you're in melee range, your armor starts getting shredded. Spinning serpent. Mark a stress to make an attack against all targets within very close range. Targets the snake succeeds against take 1d6 plus 1 physical damage. And spitter. Spend a fear to introduce a d6 spitter die. When the snake is in the spotlight, roll this die. On a result of 5 or higher, all targets in front of the snake within far range must make an agility reaction roll or take 1d4 damage. The snake can then take the spotlight a second time this GM turn. So basically, you activate this, and it starts like a random chance that it's going to spray out a cone of glass shards. So it's kind of like forbidden. It's kind of like Dragonbane or Forbidden Landsy with the monsters, where it's like it's kind of like random. Thoughts on a random effect? Now, granted, once you activate this, it just keeps going. You know what I mean? I'm just curious how people feel about like that kind of a mechanic. All right. So here's our Jagged Knife crew. Whole little band of bandits here, and lackeys and hexers and knee breakers. So this is a great example of like a 4E style design where they're like, hey, here's the Jagged Knife, bandit band. Here is a standard, a support, a bruiser, a leader, and a minion, right? Like here's like a whole bunch of different creatures that you can use to all be Jagged Knifers, but not have them literally be the same exact monster stat. Oh, here's a skulk, here's a ranged, and we don't get a solo. Maybe that makes sense because they're not a. And this is exactly what I love in 4th edition, where you can just get everything that you want to get to. So that's our tier 1 stuff. Here's check out the leader. All right, so this is our Jagged Knife Lieutenant, a seasoned bandit in quality leathers with a strong voice and cunning eyes. So reasonable thresholds, okay hit points. Features, tactician. When you spotlight this lieutenant, mark a stress to also spotlight 2 allies within close range. So when you mark him, you get to mark 2 people as well. More where that came from. Summon 3 Jagged Knife lackeys, that's the minions, who appear at far range. So every time you spotlight the Jagged Knife Lieutenant, you can summon 3 minions to join the party and spotlight 2 additional Jagged Knives that are already on the battlefield. Coup de grace. Coup de grace. Gras fat. Coup de grace. Spend a fear to make an attack against a vulnerable target within close range. On a success, deal 2d6 plus 12 damage. And the target must mark a stress. That's a shitload of damage. That's a severe damage. cut the grass, coup de grace. It's not grass, is it? Momentum reaction. When the lieutenant makes a successful attack against a PC, you gain a fear. And by the way, I'm willing to bet that there are a lot of these jagged knife people make you vulnerable. Like, for example, the jagged knife knee breaker can hold you down, makes an attack, and you become immobilized and vulnerable. And when you make against a vulnerable target, they can. It requires 2 separate opportunities to spotlight the lieutenant. What makes you say that? So let's say that my PC. Oh, I see. This is an action. I got it. Okay. Thank you, Boyko. I got it now. It makes sense. When I spotlight them, I can make 2 people go. I got it. Yes. Thank you, Boyko. I didn't see that this was an action. Thank you. Right. So the knee breaker holds you down and then you get shanked. That's correct. So the knee breaker comes in, right? They hit you with this. You become immobilized and vulnerable. And then the GM spends a fear and activates the leader, who walks up, spends another fear. So, you're draining the GM of fear, but then they're going to shank you and they're going to deal 3 damage. To be fair, it does say hold him down. Oh, I didn't even see his passive. Oops. Creatures restrained by the knee breaker take double damage from attacks by other adversaries. So the coup de grace does 2d6 plus 12 doubled. Oops. Hopefully your GM's not using the critical damage threshold rule, and because otherwise you're taking 4. Right. Exactly. Levy, we were thinking the same thing. That's funny. I mean, yeah. OE, that is well said. This is definitely an everyone is OP design game, because that just seems crazy. What a wombo combo, by the way. Whereas Vin loves the everyone is. I know, I'm reading this. I'm like, holy shit, this is OP as fuck. By the way, a standard battle against 4 PCs gives you 14 battle points. The bruiser costs 4. The leader costs 3. So that's 7 of your 14 points. So you still have 7 more points to spend on a normal fight. If you wanted this to be a hard fight, you could give them 16 points. You would have spent 7 points on these guys, leaving you with 9 more points. By the way, these are all level 1 monsters. Tier 1 is level 1. So that's pretty freaking nasty. Now put some snipers on the roof. There you go. That's gross. All right. Well, anyways, that's tier 1. We have some really cool stuff in here. Pirate captains. Oh, wait. Vin. I think we're saved. Looks like we've got 3 different kinds of skeletons. This is just past the Vin Derek test. For do your monsters not suck? And we've got what is very clearly exactly what I want out. Now, if I'm right, and I might not be, it's finally, it's not that hard. By the way, Vin, I don't know if you agree with me or not. This is exactly what I want out of my skeleton selection, right? I want the archer, I want the knight, and I want the standard warrior falling apart with a sword. And then apparently this, which may be a minion for all I know. All right, here we go. Oh, nice. The skeleton knight is a bruiser. The skeleton warrior is a standard monster. The skeleton archer is a ranged, and the skeleton dredge is a minion. So we get a minion, a standard, a ranged, and a bruiser. Now, you say we need a basic-ass mage. I could see potentially waiting to tier 2 for the mage, to be fair. Let's see what the skeleton knight, because this guy looks sweet. He's got that big-ass sword. Let's see what he's capable of doing. A large armored skeleton. Well, it's interesting they call them dredge, because I think that's what they were called in 4th edition. I think they were called skeleton drudges or dredges. A large armored skeleton with a huge blade. Motives, tactics, cut down the living, steal skin, wreak havoc. He's got decent. Remember that. Actually, that's pretty high DC for a bruiser. 5 hit points. Threshold, rusty greatsword, D10 plus 12. Terrifying passive. When the knight makes a successful attack, all PCs within close range lose a hope, and you gain a fear. So the skeleton knight, when he hits, all PCs lose hope. And you also gain a fear. So this is a hope drainer, fear builder. Next, cut to the bone as an action. Mark a stress to make an attack against all targets within very close range. So AoE attack. Now, he doesn't have a lot of stress, so he can't do this a bunch. Targets that the knight succeeds against take a little bit less damage, but they also must mark a stress. He is not relentless. That would be pretty brutal. But he's not solo. I think only the solos are relentless, I think. Dig 2 graves, a reaction. When the knight is defeated, they make one last attack against a target within very close range, prioritizing the creature who killed them. On a success, the target takes D4 plus 8 physical damage, which means it's skewed high, and they lose 1d4 hope. Man, and this is just a level 1 bruiser with a revenge strike out, death effect, a brutal hope draining, fear building attack, and an AoE that causes the stress to pile up. Well, that is nasty. Wow. All right. Skeleton Warrior. When they're defeated, you can spotlight them and roll a d6. On a roll of 6, if there are other adversaries on the battlefield, he reforms with no hit points marked, so he completely comes back live. That's pretty brutal. Obviously, it's only a d6, but it'd be kind of scary. As a GM, it gives you a lot of leeway, to have those things come back. All right, that's just the tier 1 stuff. Now, we obviously have tier 2 stuff, archer squadrons, assassin poisoners, master assassins, courtesans, chaos skulls, demonic hound packs, cult initiates, elite soldiers, giants, brawlers, gorgons, knight of the realm, merchant baron, another social, a royal advisor, another social. There's our Minotaur Wrecker. Spectral archers, a motherfucking shark. A shark ate me. Did you see that movie? Deep Blue Sea? Sorry. Here's our war wizard. Now we're into tier 3. Now we have the adult flicker fly, which has relentless 4. You can spotlight this guy. He does 3d20 damage. How do you like that range? He might do 3, or he might do 60. I don't know. You know how scary, how terrifying that is? By the way, you said that there's a spectral ship that you can fight. For those of you who don't know, they're doing a Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering set. And it is obviously inspired by, all the Final Fantasies. And it's got all these, type of different creatures in there and all these different cool things from Final Fantasy. But one thing that I really, 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 really appreciate. It's a fucking. It's a standard set that somehow is priced like a premium set. It's completely ridiculous. However, and this is not going to mean much to anybody except for people who've played Final Fantasy. It was just somebody talking about them being able to fight a ship. I really, really appreciate it. I'm looking through the thing here. Gotta find it. There it is. I really, really appreciate the that. God, I love this so much. I love that for the. They have a Final Fantasy VI call out for Sabin doing his suplex move. And what they have is oh, it's so good. They have the suplex card, which does 3 damage. But look at the effect of this. Again, if you don't know Magic the Gathering, it's fine. But it says choose one. Suplex deals 3 damage to target creature. But then the other effect randomly is exile target artifact. I love that they understood that they know. I mean, it is a better Braid. No. Braid's instant, Levy. Braid is instant. This is a sorcery, so you're paying a price for there. But yeah, obviously a Braid does 3 damage, and a Braid does 3 damage or destroys an artifact. This exiles after dealing 3 damage or exiles an artifact, but it is a sorcery. But anyways, my point is, I love they know that they know what's up, right? So the fact that it randomly can exile an artifact, they put the art of him staring down the train, and it's suplex. Of all the, anybody who doesn't understand Final Fantasy would look at this and go, what the fuck does that mean? And anybody who obviously loves Final Fantasy is just laughing their ass off, which is funny. We got demons, a greater earth elemental. Now, this is what I wanted to take a look at, because I did see this talked about this. So, oh yeah, well, okay. While we're on the topic, I do want to show this off. I could do a whole stream on the Final Fantasy set, and maybe I should, but at some point. But the one thing that I really, really, really love is they have a card called Sid, Timeless Artificer, right? Which is, Sid from the game. And he has 12 different versions of art in the game. It really scrolled down there. There we go. So here, these are all Sid cards. So I'm sorry, 15 versions, right? Because he's in every Final Fantasy except for Final Fantasy 1. And so it's every single, now it's exactly the same card. It does the same exact thing. But the cool thing is they also say your deck can have any number of cards named Sid, Timeless Artificer, and they all get +1/+1 for each artificer you control and every artificer in your graveyard. So in theory, you could actually have all of these in your deck and all of these out in play, and they would all buff each other, which is pretty funny. But you have, obviously you have Sid from Final Fantasy 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16, which is fantastic. So I love, and I love, it's Sid from 8, it's Sid from 7, it's Sid from 4. No, you can have, can you have, oh, maybe you can't because they have the same name. Oh, you're right. You can't have them all out at the same time. That's right. But that's why it says you can have it in your graveyard, because it'll still buff you even if you cast it. So you can't have them all out, but you could cast them all. It's just you'd keep one and the other ones would go in your graveyard and it would still buff it. You unabashedly love the Final Fantasy 16 Sid. Oh, yeah. They can also cycle. You're right. Oh, I didn't even see that. Shit. Magic design. Oh, Mark Rosewater is the fucking goat of all fucking time. Anybody who says differently is just like fucking smoking crack. I mean, I love Mark Seifter, and I love what Spencer Stark has put here together, but Mark Rosewater is just on another level. I wanted to take a look at this because I did see that I'm interested in this ability, and I'm interested in this from a tension perspective. So here's our Greater Earth Elemental. Big buy, big solid. Again, I could do a whole stream, Dark Pelos, about how they're nailing, like I talked about before about like Melvin and Vorthos and the idea of like mechanics expressed, flavor expressed through mechanics, sagas, enchantment creatures, summons. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I am strong. Strong. Strong.
I have nothing but praise for the Final Fantasy set. I bitched constantly about Universes Beyond for like the last, I don't know, 7 years or whatever. And even I'm like, this is so cool. I'm going to buy the shit out of this. Okay, so here's a Greater Earth Elemental. It's a bruiser, so it's like an elite. And this is something I wanted to see. Slow. When you spotlight the elemental and they do not have a token on their stat block, they can't act yet. Place a token on their stat block and describe what they're preparing to do. If you spotlight the elemental again and they have a token on their stat block, clear the token and they can act. So this means you basically have to activate this guy twice in order to do something. And I think that's really neat. It's a really cool idea because it kind of gives players this, kind of like, it's almost like a, I don't know, what do they call that in MMOs? A targeting circle. I don't know what they call it in MMOs, but like where the monster telegraphs. Thank you, Jorge. Like where the monster brings up its fists and it, it's going to smash down. Yeah. So telegraphing, very cool. So this creature has the passive crushing blows passives. When the elemental so it just has this ability. When the elemental makes a successful attack, the target must mark an armor slot without receiving its benefits. And if they can't mark an armor slot, they deal an additional hit point. Okay. It also has immovable object as a passive. An attack that would move the elemental moves them 2 fewer ranges. If it takes physical damage, reduce it by 7. So if this guy takes 28 damage, reduce it to 21 and then check its threshold. So it only took a minor damage. And by the way, it does have 10 hit points. All right, rock slide action. Mark a stress to create a rock slide that buries the land in front of the elemental within close range with a rock fall. All targets in this area must make an agility reaction roll DC 19, which is really high. Targets who fail take 2d12 plus 5 physical damage and become vulnerable until their next roll with hope. Targets who succeed take half damage. So, and then obviously also when he makes a successful attack, again interfere. So the idea here is this rock slide ability is very powerful. And if you could just spam this, I think it would be broken, whatever that means. So instead, the idea is, I think, that you first highlight the creature by pointing out that he's like, bringing up his arms and he's, the rocks are building up around him or he's about to smash down. Then the play passes back to the PCs and they could try to move. They could try to prepare for it. They could try to get into position. They could try to disrupt him. They could try to do something. And then when he gets activated again, you do the rock slide. And basically anybody in front of him in a close range, AoE basically takes a shitload of damage and becomes vulnerable because they basically and they become vulnerable, by the way, until they roll with hope because they're basically trapped right in the rock slide. In fact, they take damage regardless. Levy says, I think I like next roll with hope fear as a solution to end of next turn effect. Well, we don't have EONT because there kind of is, there's no round-based effects here. So I do think it's interesting. I'll see how well it plays out and if it's too fiddly or not. So I think that's really interesting. And it's a cool way to sort of represent that big charge up, that big telegraph attack, which I think is really, really neat. It's definitely a good way too of like making the creature seem you know, by the way, it does say it's as large as a house. So this is not just like some, oh, it's a large creature, you know, 2 squares by 2 squares. This is a, you know, gargantuan creature, you know. And lastly, here's a tier 3 social monster, the Monarch. Here's a Hydra. Pathfinder PhD says, that's rock solid. We got vampires, treants, ice dragon. Here's a tier 3 solo ice dragon. Its experience is protect what's mine, +3. High DC. This is still tier 3. Avalanche, motives and tactics. Avalanche, defend lair, fly, freeze, defend what's mine, maul. It could be spotlighted 3 times. It rends through your... Oh, if a target damaged by the dragon doesn't mark an armor slot to reduce the damage, they also have to mark a stress. So this is a little bit different in that if you just take the damage, you also have to mark a stress. So you basically either mark an armor and reduce the damage, or don't mark the armor, but then you have to take a stress. No hope. When a PC rolls with fear within basically when you're fighting the dragon, if you roll with fear, you also lose a hope. Blizzard Breath. Spend 2 fear to release an icy whirl in front of the dragon. All targets in this area must make an agility reaction roll. Targets who fail take 4d6 plus 5 magic damage and are restrained, immobilized, by ice until they break free with a successful strength roll. Targets who succeed must mark 2 stress or take half damage. So there's no getting out of this thing for free. This is a cool iteration, right? This is kind of their version of the fear aura, right? If you roll with fear, you lose hope. It's not just enough that it's getting stronger, you're getting weaker. It can also drop an avalanche to have the dragon unleash a huge avalanche of snow. All targets within this area must make a reaction roll or be buried in snow and rocks, becoming vulnerable until they dig themselves out from the debris. For every PC that fails the reaction roll, you gain a fear. And now we see the wombo combo. Hard Bushido, I understand Critical Role is taking off, so we'll probably wrap up here in the next hour. But thank you so much. Because this guy could be relentless, if you have a bunch of fear, you could start by doing an avalanche, collapsing a bunch of people, making them vulnerable, then gaining a bunch of fear and using that fear to activate him again and do a blizzard breath and then breathe on the people who are frozen inside the avalanche. And now everyone in the avalanche will be vulnerable, and basically they are vulnerable and immobilized. And they just took a bunch of damage and they're stuck. And also, if you make an attack against the creature, you have to mark stress or become chilled. If you're chilled, you get disadvantage on attack rolls. And momentum. Whenever it makes a successful attack against a PC, you also gain fear. So frightening. And then we have our tier 4, not too much stuff here, but some ultimate stuff. We do get some phased boss monsters. For example, the volcanic dragon, Obsidian Predator, is a massive creature with obsidian scales. And then when you die it has Erupting Rage, phase change ability. When the Obsidian Predator marks their last hit point, replace them with the Molten Scourge and immediately spotlight them, and they get to go. Enraged by their wounds, the dragon bursts into molten lava, and now you have to fight the Molten Scourge, and it's got an entirely different set of abilities. And then, when it dies, Ashen Vengeance. When the Molten Scourge marks their last hit point, replace them with the Ashen Tyrant and immediately spotlight them. By the way, here's our Obsidian Predator. Here's the Molten Scourge. So you can think of the obsidian shattering, and this thing is inside of it. And then when you kill this thing, what's left behind is the Ashen Tyrant. And then finally, when you fight the Ashen Tyrant, no enemy has ever had the insolence to wound the dragon, so as the lava settles, it's ground to ash like the dragon's past foes. And here comes this incredible monster, including Apocalyptic Thrashing. Countdown. D12. Spend a fear to activate. It ticks down whenever a PC rolls with fear. When it triggers, the Ashen Tyrant thrashes about, causing environmental damage, earthquake, avalanche, collapsing walls. All targets within far range have to make a reaction roll or take physical damage and are restrained. You ready for this, people? Are you ready? By the way, when you activate this, you roll D12. That's how many countdown ticks it is. Okay, you ready? If the Ashen Tyrant is defeated while the countdown is active, trigger the countdown immediately as the destruction caused by their death throes. So they get one last, final raging. But wait, if you thought that was cool, let me show you this. You want to know how this game doesn't give a fuck? This is how this game doesn't give a fuck. All right. This is the Realm Breaker, a fallen god wreathed in rage and resentment. It has a reaction called All-Consuming Rage, which starts with 8 ticks on a clock and counts down. When it triggers, create Incarnate Rage and do a bunch of damage and summon minions and all this other stuff. If the countdown ever decreases to 0, the Realm Breaker marks their remaining hit points, and all targets within far range must mark all of their remaining hit points and make a death move. It is literally a TPK countdown. It literally kills everybody. It kills him too, but everybody else dies. Crazy. Yes, it is a raid boss rage timer. It is actual literal. You have to kill this thing. By the way, it's multi-phase, by the way. When you kill the Realm Breaker, it becomes the undefeated champion. But if you can't kill it within its first countdown, it just wipes you all. Because, by the way, when he marks his last hit point, he gets replaced by the undefeated champion. So, conceivably, actually, he could go into an all-consuming rage and make the party makes the party make death moves, and people could choose to go all in and actually succeed and come back and still be fighting. But now you have to fight mode 2 because he becomes the undefeated champion. So he doesn't actually die. He just becomes the undefeated champion. He gets defeated, becomes the undefeated champion. Well, he's not defeated yet. I'm not even dead yet. They design monsters and monster groups to be self-contained story. That's what I'm learning here. And I think that's great because then you could just, it's a DPS check. Yes. No, well, it is a solo. It is a solo. So now granted, remember, solo still can have other additional support. Right. He's the undefeated champion because you haven't defeated him yet. Wow, look at his reaction. This is obviously insane. When a target takes hit points from an attack from this solo monster, all PCs within far range, so basically almost every PC, loses hope. Whenever he hits somebody, you all lose hope. And you can spotlight him 3 times in a row. His damage thresholds are also 35, 58. Yikes. So, needless to say, very high tier, high power stuff. And that's going to bring us as Critical Role starts their campaign. Let me see the drop off. I always love watching what the drop off is as Critical Role starts. Although, is this actually live or do you need Beacon to be able to watch them? I actually don't know how Critical Role works. Oh, not too bad. We went from 200 people down to 160. All right. I might actually watch this episode 1. So I see. It's live on YouTube, but you need Beacon to watch it afterwards. Got it. So it's not on the VOD. Got it. So you can watch it live for free, but all right. Well, we'll finish up then and I'll hop in and maybe I'll watch it. Maybe we'll do a watch party. We could do that if you guys want. Although I am tired. But now I'm not as tired because I did finish my coffee. So, environments are so important to combat and pretty much anything. But what they've done here is try to create a stat block the way that you would for a monster to represent an adversary. A monster stat block to represent an adversary to do an environment. Environments were everything in a scene beyond the PCs and the NPCs, the space, even background NPCs, natural forces. These stat blocks are not restricted to combat. You can use environmental stat blocks to enhance any scene. A festive gala, danger of crumbling ruins. Environments and adversaries are built to interact with each other and support one another, both mechanically and narratively. While the PCs and adversaries take focus, environments can represent hazards that originate from the world themselves or background characters who don't need entire stat blocks. One of the reasons I love this is a great way to do like super minions at higher level. And you can just have people in the background, even though they're not actually represented as miniatures on your battlefield. This environmental framework is meant to be inspiring and practical rather than unchangeable and prescriptive. I've said this several times during the streams. Everything in this game is mostly descriptive. It is not prescriptive. It is suggesting what this looks like and what this could be, not exactly what it is. It is descriptive. It is not prescriptive. It is a way to organize and prepare ideas for important scenes. This is a great way to do your prep while basically drawing maps and leaving blanks. Now, in the game, we've got the tier, again, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. We have the type of the environment. For example, we can see from the list of the environments that there are several different types of environments. Now, they only give us a handful of examples here, but I would love to see a third-party supplement. Maybe something nice the Last Call can make that break these down. So we have exploration environments. We have event environments. We have social environments. And we have traversal environments. So traversal is going to be great for I want to do a travel scene montage. Let me get some stats and information so I have some suggestions about what type of foes or what type of challenges and what type of cool, maybe somewhat unique mechanical effects might apply during this scene. This is an evolution of fronts from PBTA. One of the things when you look at a front block, okay, if we pulled up a front, fronts literally have what are called impulses. And fronts are from PBTA, and they're basically a way to sort of explain a faction or an idea. This is the same idea, but done as environments. And this environment will have a sort of an impulse. It'll have abilities that help it fulfill that impulse. So let's take a look at let's take a look at a social one, the bustling marketplace. So this is a social environment. The economic heart of the settlement with local artisans, traveling merchants. Impulses. Buy low, sell high. Come on, PDF, I believe in you. Tempt and tantalize with wares from far and near. Again, in one sentence, the GM kind of gets this, what feeling do you want to create? What is this marketplace trying to do? This is very index card RPG. What's the difficulty of this marketplace? Well, it's a tier 1. Difficulty's 10. If you want to know what the DC of something in this place is, 10. You know? What are some adversaries that might come out as a result of the type of actions that you're doing in this scene? It could be guards. It could be a thief. It could be a merchant because it's a social scene. What features, what unique mechanical effects exist in this environment? Tip the scales. PCs can gain advantage on a presence roll by offering a handful of gold. If the PCs are willing to lose gold, they can gain advantage. Basically, bribe people. And do you need this ability in order to bribe people? No, of course you don't. This is suggestion, ideas, just to make it easier to give GMs who may not have this all figured out a cool way to do it. This is descriptive, not prescriptive. If this ability isn't here, are you saying I couldn't bribe people and gain advantage on a roll to convince them? Of course not. In fact, that's a really good idea. That's why it's in this description stat block. Unexpected find, an action. Reveal to the PCs that one of the merchants has something that they want or need, such as food from their home, a rare book, a magical component, a dubious treasure mat, or a magical key. And you might say, what does that mean? An action? Remember, as the GM, when the PC rolls with fear or they fail, the spotlight shifts to you and you can make a GM move. And one of the GM moves you can use is an action from your environment. So this is a cool way to just sort of give you an additional GM move that you can use in this environment. Of course, you could do this without it, but this is to help you and to inspire you and to suggest you. And lastly, another option, if maybe the PC rolls with fear or they fail, you could try the sticky fingers action. And a thief might try to steal from you. And if they try to steal them down, you might create a quick countdown to try to capture the thief and escape to their hideout. It's kind of like a chance to FU GM screen. Yeah, a little bit. It's a little bit like a cutscene. And lastly, this is a reaction. When one of the PCs splits off from the group, the crowds shift and cut them off from the party. Notice the little questions. Will any coin be accepted or only local currency? How overt are the PCs in offering this bribe? What cost beyond gold will the merchant ask in exchange for this rarity? Exactly, Marks. Very useful, especially for new GMs who do not have these exercised muscles for doing this. Like, this is a great way to represent when the PC goes, oh, I aid him. And I'm like, no. Like, you know, like the crowd is swirling around. You guys are cut off. You could barely make each other out over the noise and din of the bustling of the bustling crowd. As he chases off after the thief, you lose sight of him. You can't help him with this because the crowd closed in, right? As you look around, you don't see any members of your party. You might stop and ask a PC a question. How do you feel suddenly being cut off from your party members, right? And it's a great moment to ask these little kind of quiet moments in what might not be a pulse-pounding scene of fight to the life and death, because this is a social scene. So we see things for traversals. I feel good. These guys suck. Beowulf, you could be talking about your party from today. Jess says, I really love these brief motive lines for the creatures and the environments. This is the kind of stuff that saves so much space in adventure writing. I agree. It's probably all you need. I mean, it's really, really descriptive and short at the same time. And it really relies on the GM, which is both good and bad. Obviously, the GM is there for a reason, and that's the reason. So let's look at a traversal, the Raging River. Impulses. Now, obviously, this thing isn't alive, but the impulse is to bar crossing, to carry away the unready, to divide the land. This is such PBTA language, I can't even describe it, right? Describing this environment as having these impulses. When in doubt, as a GM, and you're thinking about what should I be trying to do with this Raging River, this is what you should be trying to do. Here are some potential adversaries, some bandits, some beasts. Here are the features. Crossing the river requires the party to complete a progress countdown. 4. A PC who fails a failure with fear is immediately targeted by the undertow action without fear being spent. Have any of the PCs forded rivers like this? Are any of them afraid of drowning? Spend a fear to catch a PC in the undertow. They must make an agility reaction roll. On a failure, they take D6 physical damage and are moved down the river, becoming vulnerable until they make it out of the river. On a success, they mark a stress. Patient Hunter. Summon a glass snake within range of the PC. The snake appears in the river and immediately takes the spotlight to use their spinning serpent action. So this is just a fun way to create a little micro encounter / environment, but also not make it totally prescriptive and say, this is this one encounter, it can't be used for anything else. You could also set up a situation where, you know, the bandits are stuck here and maybe they need the party's help to get across. And it's kind of a weird where you're trying to negotiate with them and work together with the bandits. Or, you know, there's a million different ways that you could sort of spin this, but it's the idea of giving the GM ideas. It's not restricting what the GM could do. It's trying to help them out. We get some tier 2 environments. Like we also get events. Let's roll a ritual. So this is less of, a place and more of a thing that is happening. And we get some additional actions as the blasphemous might of the ritual can cause an adversary to become imbued with terrible magic until the scene ends. An imbued adversary immediately takes the spotlight and gains one of the following benefits, or all 3 if you spend a fear. They get advantage on all their attacks, they deal an additional D10 damage, and they can become relentless too. How does the enemy change in appearance? What fears do their blows bring to the surface? Right? So you can imagine them, warping and twisting one of their members as they, imbue him with their blasphemous might of their ritual. He becomes a corrupted, twisted, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde type monstrous thing that comes, raging after you as the PCs continue to try to disrupt the ritual, but the cultists will stop at nothing in order to destroy it. I think this is really, really interesting stuff, especially with a cool piece of art to inspire the GM or just something to show the party members really quick. I love the idea of these traversal, exploration, social event types. Now, as I said before, I would have thought it would be cool if the Ranger, or at least the one subclass of the Ranger, was really, really cool at interacting with some of these environments, like the exploration environments and the traversal environments. Maybe not so much the social environments or the event environments, but yeah. And of course, as you get higher into the tiers, you end up with things like, the Chaos Realm to, impossible architecture. Up is down, down is right, right is starward. Gravity and directionality are thrown into chaos, requiring a progress countdown clock 8. On a failure, they must mark a stress. So just to get through this area, you have to succeed. And whenever you fail, you get stressed because it's just warping your mind. Everything you are, this place will take from you. Countdown, and it loops on a D4. Activate the countdown. When it triggers, everyone must make a presence roll, or their highest trait is reduced by D4 until they take a number of stress equal to its value. Any lost trait points are regained if they critically succeed or if they manage to escape. How does this place try to steal from you that which makes you legendary? How does it feel to have this power taken from you? Unmaking. Spend a fear to force a PC to make a strength reaction roll. On a failure, they take 4d10 magic stress damage. What glimpse? It's not just the mechanic, it's the questions. What glimpses of other world do you catch while this place tries to unmake you? What core facet of your personality does the unmaking try to erase? And lastly, we got 2 more. Outer Realm Predators. Spend a fear to summon Outer Realm Abominations and Outer Realm Corruptors, and 2d6 Outer Realm Thralls. And lastly, a reaction. On a result of fear, you can ask the PC to describe which of their fears the Chaos Realm evokes. As a vision of reality unmakes and reconstitutes itself to the PC. The PC loses a hope. If it is their last hope, you gain a fear. Now, I love everything about this except for one part. If you were me, what would I change? Now, remember, this is a tier 4 environment, and it's talking about its impulse is to consume power, to defy logic, to annihilate certainty, to impossible architecture. Everything that you are, this place will take from you, to be unmade, to summon outer realm predators, and to exist in this disorienting reality. Well, Avacyn, a tier 4 ranger, I would. Here's the only thing I would have changed. You ready? Here's what Derek would have changed. Disorientating reality. I might have changed it a little bit, the name, to make it sound more dangerous. On a result with fear, you can ask the PC to describe which of their fears the Chaos Realm evokes. As a vision of reality unmakes and reconstitutes itself to the PC. The PC loses a hope. If it is their last hope, this vision of reality becomes true. The PC makes a death move. The PC must avoid death, or whatever it is. The PC makes a death move. That's what mine would say. If you run out of hope here from this reaction, you die. or at least you have to make a death move. That's what I would do. Because basically you become, you become unmade. It literally convinces you of a reality in which you don't exist. You lose hope, and like Artex in the Swamp of Sadness, you dissipate into nothing. That's sweet. That's what I would do. All right. So that's the only thing I would change. But my point is, this is cool. I mean, this is obviously tier 4. I mean, right? I mean, look at the one next to it. Divine Usurpation. It's a level tier 4 event, as basically a god is trying to steal the power of another god to become a god. And here's some shit that's going on while this is happening. Anti-chaos propaganda, though. Down with the Zeus X. They will destroy us all, Jess. Harmonium. You know that. Hardhead for life. Let's go. Actually, I don't like the harmonium, but anyway. Like I said, I'm more of a sensate, or more of a cipher myself. Oh, here's a tier 4 social. It's environment. It's an imperial court, not just some kingdom court. The imperial court. Wow, very cool. What a fun way to use this. So this would be amazing to use in a point crawl dungeon system. You could have a point crawl dungeon system where you have a variety of these environments, events, social, exploration, traversal, maybe even a 5th type of environment, where you could create these and then link them together as part of a point crawl. Now, it could be a dungeon point crawl, or it could be a wilderness point crawl. Like, I would probably not want to do a true dungeon crawl in Daggerheart. I probably would not want to do a true hex crawl in Daggerheart, but I could totally see you doing an awesome point crawl. In fact, I'm buzzing with ideas right now about how you could make a really cool mechanical overland point crawl and have it actually matter and have it actually do cool things. And I think this would be so fun to interact with. And I'd love to see a book of these, or regions or realms. And also, these things are so grab bag because they're very generic. It's not specific. Now, you could make a specific one, of course, if you're just making it for your game. But I like, at least the ones that are presented here, that they're presented as generic. And again, they're descriptive. They're not prescriptive. And I think that is so, so cool. Point crawls are great. I mean, that's what I've been doing in my Torchbearer campaign. My Torchbearer campaign dungeon is a point crawl. This is great. These stat block. I mean, these are tier 4. They're obviously end game. They're obviously very complicated. But I mean, this is potentially an entire scene, or even potentially multiple scenes within a environment. It gives you great ideas, cool features, a ton of inspiration. You want an oracle table of these? I mean, I just think this is such a cool idea, and it's such a great way to sort of mechanize fronts and to give you a little bit more crunch and to give you a little bit more ideas about how to run. And I think these are just, I think this is just a great GM tool. Traditionally, historically, for the last, I don't even know how long, the only tool that GMs get is, here's more monsters. Here's more monsters. Here's more, I guess, magic items, but really that's more for the players, right? But this is a sort of a new tool. Now, obviously, we've had things where it's like, oh, here's an encounter that you can drop into your game, but like, they tend to feel overly precise, and they're really only usable usually as combat encounters, or they're just really hyper detailed. They don't have a lot of flexibility. This has a ton of flexibility. It's a really cool set of things to have in a toolbox. I think this is a really neat design space that could just, be used by a lot of people in a lot of different ways and do a lot of different things. And I think that that's really, really cool. Avison says, I feel like the Royal Court block could apply to your Mega Dungeon Vampire route. Exactly. We talked about, the Pale Court, right? Holding 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 court, down on like level 3 or level 4 of it, this is really cool stuff. You could have, like, we have 4 types here. We have exploration, traversal. No, the book only has, like 14 or 12 environments. So here's what you get in the book. You get the abandoned grove, ambushed, ambushers. So when the party is ambushed or when the party is ambushing. You get the bustling marketplace, the cliffside ascent, the local tavern, the outpost town, the raging river, the cult ritual, the hallowed temple, the haunted city, the mountain pass, the burning heart of the woods, the castle siege, the pitched battle, the chaos realm, the divine usurpation, the imperial court, and the necromancer's ossuary. But, we see that we have the traversal events, the traversal environments, the event environments, the exploration environments, and the social environments. But you could also have like a puzzle environment if you wanted to do sort of a way to do sort of like an in-game mechanical puzzle. You could have a political maybe or a faction environment, right? And now you could maybe try to think of a way to sort of do factions using this same concept. And it's not quite the same as an environment, so maybe it would even be a little of its own thing. But I think the idea would really apply to faction or faction-based play. You could do the same thing at like a grand scale where you sort of have like, like a trade event or an economic event, an investigative event, I guess it's sort of like a puzzle, but like a murder mystery type thing, right? Like an investigative event. I think there's just a lot of really, really cool things. And I think that'd be a really, really fun way to sort of break these down and to create these different themes and styles and use this idea. And again, it's all, some half a page at most, maybe a third of a page. And this is pretty cool. I'm a big fan of this, and I think this is really, really neat, and it's a really cool GM. And I know that this is not a revolution. This is an evolution, which is neat. They're taking core concepts and ideas that have been around for a long time, and they're just doing it in a really fun, useful, crunchy way that's going to really help you. And that basically, these are basically, right? If you think about these are like campaign frame lights. Now, I'm not going to show the campaign frames because I don't think they're in the SRD, and so I don't want to show them. So, the only one that's in the SRD is the Wither Wild, but they're basically like campaign frames, and I think but done on an encounter or what this game would call a scene scale, and I think that's incredible. I think between a campaign frame and a bunch of these, you could basically kind of low prep, no prep play an entire campaign. And I think that's really cool. And that's really powerful. Could you create Ravnica with these? Absolutely. An environment for each guild would be incredible. Absolutely. You could even, OE, you could even call them, right? Like you could call it Godless Shrine, right? Sacred Foundry, Hallowed Fountain, right? Why can't I remember all of them? Steam Vents. What's the Golgari one? Bayou. I can't really think of it, but Temple Garden. Thank you. Was it Breeding Pool? Right? Overgrown Tomb. Thank you. I couldn't think of it. And now you've got 10 cool environments for your city of Ravnica, and that's sweet. And each of them is a little bit different. Can you imagine some of the cool some of the cool rules that you could put into the breeding pool versus, say, the Overgrown Tomb or the Godless Shrine or whatever like that? Plus, the themes of Orzhov and all that other stuff. Very cool. Stomping Ground. I think is that all of them? Which ones did we miss? Black, white, black, blue. Oh, what's the black, blue? All I could keep thinking of is duels. I keep thinking of like Underground Sea. Watery Grave. Black red. Black red. It's not Badlands. Jesus Christ. It's been a long time since I played with the Shocklands. Plus now like there's the surveil lands, and so now like the surveil lands are always in my thing of my thing. What is black red? What is the Rakdos? All right, chat. What's the Rakdos Shockland? Blood Crypt. Thank you. Well, all the lands, by the way. All of the lands from Magic the Gathering would just be awesome. You could just make an entire supplement. List all the... I'm going to go to ChatGPT here. List all 10 Shockland, Magic the Gathering duels, Shocklands, Surveil lands. We won't do the Temple lands. That's probably good enough. So, yeah, you could have Tundra, Underground Sea, Badlands, Taiga, Savanna, Scrubland, Volcanic Island, Bayou, Plateau, Tropical Island. Boom. Then you could have Hallowed Fountain, Watery Grave, Blood Crypt, Stomping Ground, Temple Garden, Godless Shrine, Steam Vents, Overgrown Tomb, Sacred Foundry, Breeding Pool. And then you could have, the Fast Lands. You could have, Pain Lands. You could have Surveil lands. I mean, you could just do it. You could do the Fetch lands, Polluted Delta, Windswept Heath. Boom, there you go. There's like 50. There's like 60. I don't know. There's like a million right off the bat, Seachrome Coast, Dark Slick Shores, just so many different ideas. Sure, you could do the Triomes, Spara's Headquarters, you could do the, Jahari's Garden or whatever like that. Now, Pathfinder PhD, you are clearly new to the Daggerheart channels, buddy. Obviously, you're not new to the Knights of Last Call, but you have not been keeping up with the game because we already filled in that. Well, I don't want to fill it in, but we created a spreadsheet where we created classes. We already named them all. I mean, this is obviously a work in progress, but we did go through and add in a bunch of tentatively. We did add in a bunch of that's okay. There's 35 hours of VOD, so I don't blame you. But we did tentatively create classes for all combinations of domains, including the one that hasn't even been released yet. The blue ones are the ones that are currently in the Void playtest document. The green ones are obviously already in the game, and then these ones we kind of filled in. Some of these were harder than others. Some of them are loosey and goosey. I mean, what it really comes down to is, can you create a compelling and captivating game mechanic that will actually give you an interesting and discrete class feature that people would be excited to play? If the answer is no, then we shouldn't just fill it in just to fill it in. Who knows? Devoted is the best one. I've come around to the Devoted a little bit. I still, there's still ones that I'm not 100% sure on. The problem, Grim Prism, we still need to figure out what it actually does that is interesting. Could you enlarge these and make stat blocks for entire nations to represent cultural actions and such? Yeah. I mean, we talked about making factions, right? So maybe you could make nations or culture. Remember, like, it's an environment, but it's kind of loosey-goosey, So maybe the environment is a culture. Or maybe we just have a different category other than environments that's very similar to environments, but it represents groups of people rather than, things or places. It could represent factions. It could represent nations. It could represent cultures. It could represent, you know what I mean? Beliefs. It could represent religions. So I created a self-imposed thing that I didn't want to use compound words. and just, even though we ended up using like Death Knight and Lore Master for the most part, but Battle Mage, it's I feel like it's too generic. Plus, there's already the Wizard, and one of the schools of wizardry is War Wizard, so it's kind of like, well, there already kind of is a Battle Wizard, but anyways. Yeah, it could be a type of environment culture, but I'm saying like we could also create a new type other than environment. We could create like something called faction or something like that. It could follow the same basic principle or maybe be a little bit different to sort of represent some of the differences. But the point is, it's ripe for use, and I think it's incredible, Very cool way to design your game. Plus, it's a great way to sort of draw maps, leave blanks, because instead of like mapping out every detail about your nation, all you have to do is create one of these stat blocks, and then now you kind of have a good feel for what this is. And that's something that you could easily do during a sort of quasi session 0 or like a session 0 post session 0. We could talk about like what kind of things, like maybe the GM will come up with the mechanics, but like the players in the group can all talk about like, what are the impulses of this nation? What are the impulses of this religion? What are the impulses of this thing, right? I think that's really, really neat. I really want to flesh out the Arcana Codex. Tentatively, we called that one the Arcanist. So we called that one the Arcanist, right there, sort of representing the, ultimate combination of gross of Arcana and Codex, and kind of the ultimate in arcane power, right? Magic from within and from without, some sort of, I don't know. But we could also go in a completely different direction. That one we kind of just threw in there because it was like a class from like D&D 3rd edition or something like that. We could just call it the Mage. People sometimes confuse Mage with Wizard, so there's a little bit of an overlap there. So I just need to be concerned there. Just a little bit of concern there. Really, like I said, it's coming up with interesting and fun little sort of mini games or mini subsystems that we can use to actually make the class features interesting. And is there enough, is there enough depth in these ideas that you could come up with subclasses? Remember, it's not just enough to create a class. We need subclasses as well. So at least 2, potentially even more. And potentially you could even create new subclasses for other things as well. And is there enough of a class identity to sort of, justify its existence, And does it do something that is fun and unique and different? It's a little boring, but like, maybe the Seer does something kind of like what like the Diviner does from 5e or something like that. Or maybe you can like roll some D12s at the beginning of the, at the session, and you can like replace someone's D12 rolled with one of your D12s, things like that, like to make it cool, mechanical, make it fun, make it something a little bit different than what other classes are doing and what other people are doing, something like that. We talked about different stuff like that. It's not just enough for a flavor win. It has to be a fun mechanics win, So I think that's really cool. All right, well, let's call that a stream. Again, I'm starting to feel the tiredness recreep back in, but at this point we've covered everything that's in the SRD. I mean, it's taken us almost 40 hours of content, but we've covered how the game works. We've covered character creation. We've covered duality dice. We've covered all the way stress and all these other things work. We've covered every single class, every single subclass, every single domain. We've talked about leveling up. We've talked about equipment, damage thresholds. We haven't really gone into the magic items or the loot. We talked about adversaries and environments today. Campaign frames are great. They're awesome. Take a look at them. One is in the SRD, but they are not. Take care, Timmy. The only thing we haven't talked of is about the core mechanics of the GM and how to be a good GM in this style of game. And I will agree. We probably should do some more streams about this, or, maybe Derek needs to make some actual short videos so more people watch these, because I understand that it's difficult. and scary and confusing for people who have not run. They do have mechanics associated with them, but I think it's pretty cut and dry. So we don't really, I mean, I'm not saying that they're bad. I think they're fine. They're totally reasonable. It's fine. But I mean, that we kind of all know what Ancestries do, and you pick one and it makes you a frog person or it makes you a goat person, you know? But understanding when to call for action rolls, how to, you know, make a GM move, how to interpret the duality dice into your move, how to internalize your agenda and your principles. One of the hardest things that you need to do is, as a GM, and they have a whole section about it, like 5 paragraphs, I think, or maybe, where they talk about do not undermine their success. Don't use your fear, don't use your GM move to just undo what the PC did. That's lame as shit, right? You should be adding to the narrative. You should be adding to the fiction with every single thing that you do. But again, internalizing your GM moves, making a realization that it's not literally a prescriptive list of these are the 12 things that you can do as a GM. It's to guide you, to inspire you, to describe the sort of methodology by which you make your agenda and principle real. And they are tools to help you fulfill your job and your responsibility. Your player's job is to be awesome and to be protagonists and to overcome and to be cool and to play up their character and to fight for their character. Your job is to challenge the PCs, right? To make them have to earn it, to make the world seem scary and magical and amazing, right? So we have all these objectives as a GM, and we use these GM moves and we use the duality dice to express that and to achieve our ends. And I think that's, you know, that's awesome. And just to be clear, the GM principles, the agenda of, if you will, of Daggerheart is begin and end with fiction. This is very simple. It means describe. Make a mechanics sandwich. Describe it. Then do the mechanics. Then describe it again. Don't ever start with the mechanics and end with fiction, or start with mechanics and end with fiction, or start with fiction and then end with mechanics. Sandwich it. Begin and end with the fiction. Describe it in the game. What does it look like? What does it smell like? Oh my God, the ogre is bringing up his massive club and he's swinging it down at you with full force. You can hear it whistling through the air. That's descriptive. That's fictional. It doesn't mean anything. It's FPT. Now we get to the mechanics. Oh, he hits you. He does 12 damage. You take a major wound. Don't stop there. End with the fiction. Describe the plates of armor buckling. Describe their shield cracking under the pressure. Describe how their feet dig 2 furrows in the ground as they get pushed back 3 feet. Describe the grunt as the guardian shrugs off the attack. And, you know, dink, dink, hits the shield and goes, I could do this all day, right? End with the fiction. So anyways, begin and end with the fiction. Collaborate at all times, especially during conflict. Fill the world with life, wonder, and danger. I almost got it right. Every game, every PBTA game has a little bit of a variation of that. Fill the world with life, wonder, and danger. Ask questions. Incorporate the answers. Or some PBTA games would say, ask questions and build on the answers, which I also like. Make every roll count. Play to find out what will happen. Do not have a pre-scripted ending in mind. And hold on gently. You may have the coolest idea in the world, but you know what? Sometimes you got to let that shit go. Sometimes you had a really cool idea and you want something to happen and it just didn't work out. It's okay. Just let it go. Let it go, you know? But what if I want to stop the game to argue rules? I don't believe that's one of that might be a player objective. I don't know if that's one of the GM objectives. Anyways, so incredible game. It really is combining for me some of the best elements of 4th edition and PBTA. In many ways, it's like a variation of 13th Age, another game that I really, really like. But I think that this game is even more leaning into the PBTA principles. And the fact that it doesn't have an initiative order makes me really happy. The characters seem really cool, really fun, really powerful. I like the fiddly cards, and I like the level up mechanics. So there's a lot of check boxes here that are being ticked for me. So I cannot recommend this game for everyone. I would not recommend this game for everyone. I think this game is going to be hard for some people to play, both as players and as GMs. I think some people are going to be turned off for good reasons, and I think some people are going to be turned off for stupid reasons. But that's okay. That's their opinion, and they're entitled to it. I do hope, however, that more people play this game, because I do think it will generally raise the level of discussion. I think it will raise the level of intelligence within the role-playing game community. I think playing this game and playing it towards its intent will make you a better, stronger tabletop role-playing gamer. So, but yeah, I mean, and if not this, go play 13th Age. It's also really good. Second edition is coming out any minute now, right? Like I keep getting updates for it. I don't know when they're printing, but yeah. 13th Age is a great stepping stone between D&D, Pathfinder, and Daggerheart. I would agree. Now, if I had to make a list, okay, Pathfinder 2 is here, right? Pathfinder 2 is all the way over here. PBTA is all the way over here. As you come down the scale after Pathfinder 2, very quickly, you get to 5e. Pathfinder 2 is here, 5e is here. You keep going, and you hit 13th Age. Hey, Thaddeus, thank you so much.
Thaddeus tipped $5, just showing some support for the stream. This was a great stream topic, as I'm running a few one-shots next week.
By the way, Thaddeus is running some of those one-shots in the Night to Last Call Patreon Discord, where community gaming is our #1 goal. So, Thaddeus, thank you for the tip. I appreciate it. And if you do have any questions or thoughts, I'd love to pick your brain about it. If you have ideas or questions or anything like that, feel free to hit me up, because #1, I obviously want to support you in a community gaming effort. And if there's anything you need from me that the Knights can provide for you, let me know. But also, too, I myself, I'm still trying to get my head wrapped around the idea of this, and how do I, I'd love to get the game to the table, basically. Thank you, Thaddeus. So, Pathfinder 2nd Edition here, 5e's here, PBTA's over here. Here's 13th Age. Here's Daggerheart. I think 13th Age is closer to D20 core. This is definitely more PBTA leaning. So if you have 5e PF2 players, have them play 13th Age first, then have them play Daggerheart. I think that'll push them in. And then if they really like Daggerheart, but you're so sick of all the game mechanics, then you can go to PBTA. GM Scott says, both my Tuesday and Wednesday groups picked Daggerheart to be their next system. So soon I'll be running 2 campaigns of Daggerheart. And if you're interested about GM Scott group started with Pathfinder 2. Then they played 13th Age. GM Scott very surgically, carefully crafted them to play 13th Age to sort of get them more used to some of these narrative concepts. Then I think he played them in a Blades in the Dark game, which is a Forged in the Dark game, which is basically like a PBTA game in its own step. But I think that was a step too far for them, if I recall GM Scott. So it's like he went Pathfinder 2, 13th Age, Blades in the Dark, or Scum and Villainy, which is a Forged in the Dark game. And they were like, that's too much. So GM Scott's pulling it back to Daggerheart. And he's already run them through some of the beta stuff, and they really enjoyed that. So there you go. I mean, sometimes you got to take the long road to get there. But it can be worth it if you find a good game for your group. Or maybe you absolutely love Pathfinder 2nd Edition or 5th Edition. And if you do absolutely love Pathfinder 2nd Edition, you should join the Knights of Last Call Patreon Discord. Join at a champion tier and join our Northern Reaches mega game, where everybody levels up automatically. You get to play with 100+ players. You get to play with 40 or 50 GMs. It's an incredible experience, and you get to be part of a cool living world with over 100 players. It's like playing a campaign with 100 players, but not actually having to deal with 100 players. But everybody's playing in the same world. It's really cool. We have a GM council who makes it really a living world. It's like organized play, but like good. But anyways, yeah. So that's going to wrap it up for us tonight. A short stream of only 4 hours. And again, if you want to support us, there's a lot of ways to do it. If you really want to spend money, I recommend you join our Patreon. It gets you into our community gaming. It gets you access to our legacy content, our behind-the-scenes screen, our bonus content, our community game servers, all that stuff. So Discord's, our Discord is private. So yeah, Patreon's the best way. But you could also support us on Twitch. If you have Amazon Prime, you can support us on Twitch for free. Once a month, you get a Twitch Prime sub. Every month, you can give us a Twitch Prime sub. It costs you $0, and it gives me like $2 or like $2.25. Hey, it adds up, and I'll take it. So show your support for the channel that way. You can also drop super chat or super thanks tips. They're all super appreciated. But if you really are passionate about RPGs as a game, as a system, as a philosophy, I'd love to see you join the Knights and have you be part of some of our games and be part of some of our conversations. Some are crazy and stupid. We all disagree a lot, and people call me stupid, and that's okay because that's what we're here for. So that's going to do it for me. I do not know when I'm going to be back next. There may be a weekend stream. I'm not sure. But again, sounds like we may have a stream in the future where maybe we can get Mr. Spencer Tark on here and get him to answer some of our burning questions or just geek out and nerd out about the game and learn a little bit more behind the scenes. So it'd be really fun, and I'd love to do that. So, all right, folks, I'm gonna probably hop over to Critical Role and watch it. I'll probably watch it on the Discord. So if you are a Patreon member, I'll go over to one of the public theater channels and we can watch Critical Role together if you guys want. Just to see what they're doing, see how it's going. I'm going to get something to eat first, though. I'm a little hungry. So if you're not, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, ring the bell so that you're notified next time we go live. Sometimes we randomly go live on a Saturday. Sometimes we randomly go live on a Friday or a Sunday. You never know. But we will be back Tuesdays and Thursdays with our normal streams. And eventually, Dagger Week will come to an end. I have a backlog of other things I want to talk about. Pathfinder 2, indie games, some RPG philosophies. Shadow Deep, our Shadow Dark Mega Dungeon is still clawing at the back of my mind. I was drawing up some dungeon stuff today. We got a lot of irons in the fire, as they say. So whether it's on the Patreon or it's in our next live stream, we'll catch you next time on Knights of Last Call. Good night, everybody. Peace.